Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills commons, resuming debate at third reading on Bill C-56, Fairness for the Self-Employed Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To begin with, I'd like to point out that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Terrebonne-Blainville on Bill C-56. Now, Mr. Speaker, when the government introduced Bill C-56 regarding the opportunity for the self-employed to receive special benefits, we were more or less in favour of it because it was an idea that the Bloc Québécois has been advocating for some time. That is, that the self-employed should have access to the employment insurance system under some conditions, with some conditions, of course. We saw it being more far-reaching, but it could have been a step in the right direction, and that's why we voted in favour of the bill at second reading to have it referred to committee for further consideration. Now, despite all of this, from the very outset, this bill, even though it wasn't directly written in legislation, there was an announcement by the Minister of Human Resources, delegated by the Minister of Revenue, that the premiums requested for Quebec employees of $1.36 for the insurable earnings was in fact excessive, and the self-employed, especially in Quebec, already have access to parental leave, which was implemented by the Parti Québécois a number of years ago, which was tremendously successful, and which explains the reassuring and impressive increase in the birth rate in Quebec. Now, we had a number of misgivings, but as I said earlier, we wanted to give the government the benefit of the doubt, and unfortunately our fears turned out to be well-founded. The $1.36 out of $100 for two types of benefits, including sickness benefits, and I'd remind you, Mr. Speaker, that when we refer to sickness benefits, it's 15 minutes, and compassionate care is 6 weeks, I believe, if my memory serves me correctly. So these benefits are quite modest. Asking for $1.36 for that is a bit much. It's a bit rich, and I think that very few Quebec workers will opt in for this system. Even if it's voluntary, I don't think as responsible parliamentarians we should accept this approach. So in committee we tried to amend the bill to ensure that the premium rate for Quebec in self-employed persons would be similar to what we have in the coverage in Quebec, and the amendment was such that if another Canadian jurisdiction was open to the possibility of having a similar form of parental or maternity or sickness or compassionate benefit system, there could be a formula devised to take that into consideration, and to avoid having the self-employed paying double for the same type of coverage. So we tried to debate this in committee, and unfortunately the Liberals didn't agree with us, so we are going to have to vote against Bill C-56 at third reading. Now, moreover, the former Chief Actuary for the Employment Insurance Fund, Mr. Michel Bédard, of his own accord, communicated his assessment of what the premium rate should be for Quebec self-employed persons. And he sent us an email. In fact, my colleague, the member for Chambly-Bordua, received it. He discussed the costs of these special benefits. There's about $1 billion for parental and maternity benefits. So that left the compassionate care and sickness benefits. And he reached the conclusion, I quote, that the premium rate that Quebecers should pay into the system under Bill C-56 should be for sickness 0.41, a rate of 1.36. It would be quite clearly excessive. Now, the chief actuary was in power in his position from 1991 to 2003, so clearly has the requisite expertise to make this kind of assessment. And in this amount, it also includes fees for the to administer the system. So we can see that what was announced by the government is over 3 times too expensive in relation to the coverage offered to the self-employed in Quebec. So we cannot be associated in the Bloc Québécois with something that is quasi-usury on the part of the Conservative government. And therefore we're going to vote against this bill. And if the bill were to pass, quite obviously the Bloc Québécois would have to inform Quebec self-employed individuals that it was a rip-off at the end of the day. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have to look at this from a broader perspective. This bill is an attempt to get money out of workers, most of whom already have modest income. But it is a thinly veiled strategy covering the broader strategy from the Conservatives, and that is their attempt to pay down the deficit in the wake of the economic crisis that we have experienced, that have lowered revenue and increased expenditures. Now, the Minister of Finance's recent document has shown that the Employment Insurance Fund is going to be a cash cow for the Conservatives as they attempt to pay down the deficit. And this is what Bill C-56 will do. We won't sanction it. We didn't sanction it when it was the Liberals. Paul Martin used the EIF fund and the premiums from employers, especially from PMEs. He used them for other purposes other than those for which they were intended. And it's very clear in the documents from the Minister of Finance there'll be over $15 billion over the upcoming years. It will be diverted from the coffers of the fund to fill up the government coffers. And we don't believe that that's fair. We believe that EI premiums are a tax on employment, and which companies employ the most people? The small and medium-sized enterprises. So this is unfair, not only towards to workers, but also to these business people that create these jobs in our economy, and this is particularly true of Quebec. So we won't be complicit in a new attempt to divert the funds of the Employment Insurance Fund. And I remind you, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal government diverted or siphoned off $55 to $56 billion from the fund, and 2/3 of the amount was used to pay down the deficit. We're talking about, and then there was $67 billion in surpluses. So 2/3 of the surpluses came from this employment insurance fund. This is the same thing happening. It's a broken record. We've already sat through that movie. We don't want to watch it again. We've seen this strategy before. It's unjust and unjustified, and there are other ways to ensure that we strike a balance, that we achieve a balanced budget rather. And this bill, Bill C-56, is an attempt by the Conservative government to use the employment insurance system to pay down the debt in its fight against the growing deficits. This requires a public debate, and I think that well, perhaps we should avoid, the Conservatives want to avoid a public debate. They always try to cover up information and hide it from the public. They are imposing their socio-economic cultural vision. There's even an economic vision that they seek to foist upon us. So by announcing that we're going to vote against C-56, we're sending out a very clear signal that we will not accept this way of combating the deficit. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are things that need to be done in terms of taxes, especially for the highest earners. The Conservative government is spending a lot of money on propaganda, which is useless from a social and economic standpoint. We tabled a plan a couple of weeks ago, and my colleague, the critic for finance, has made our intentions clear. So quite clearly, Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will vote against Bill C-56. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his speech. I have a feeling that the Bloc's research department should take a second look at this issue, because I'm not certain that they're supposed to be a very good research department, but I'm not so sure they're right on this one. For example, on this particular bill, this is optional. No one has to buy into this program. If they can find benefits that are cheaper in the private sector, in the insurance market, they're free to do so, or they're free to do nothing. Number two, the member says they're going to be using the government will be using the EI surplus to pay the deficit. Well, in actual fact, this program is not going to produce any surplus at all. There'll be a deficit unless it's made mandatory. I think the Liberal member had it tied down pretty good the other day when she suggested that she couldn't see how they could possibly make money because there'll be selection against the EI system. When you make it voluntary, that it would have to be mandatory to even break even. So that's another issue. So I'd ask the Bloc member to comment on those. I just think they have it wrong this time.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm always floored by the New Democratic Party's rationale or logic. They seem to understand the populist message sent by the Conservative Party, and they swallow it at times. I think that the New Democrats base their strategy on populism. Now, when you look at the figures, and this isn't from our research department, we have double-checked. It's from the former chief actuary of the Employment Insurance Fund, Mr. Bédard, who made these calculations. So they're calling for $1.36 from Quebec workers and $1.73 from the Canadian self-employed. So that's 43 cents difference approximately, whereas Quebec self-employed already pay 90 additional cents. If you calculate both payments that they would have to make. So that would be extremely expensive for them. You can't make a comparison with the private sector. We're comparing what it would cost the government to provide this new coverage and how much the self-employed would be charged. They should be charged only 43 additional cents. Now, what Mr. Berdard said, that by 2014 the fund will be in deficit, $100 million on the Canadian side and $70 million in Quebec. That will mean that the Quebec self-employed will pay for their English-Canadian friends. Now, we do agree that there should be solidarity within a society, but not at the expense of fairness and justice, and this bill is unfair to the Quebec self-employed.
Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that the Bloc is taking such an opposing view of this legislation. I think the Liberals and the NDP, as well as us, our government, realize that this is landmark legislation. This has never, ever been offered before. This is something that is going to kind of level the playing field as far as EI benefits, employment benefits for both the worker and the self-employed. Now, you know what, Mr. Speaker? If you don't try something new, you'll never succeed in perfecting it. And maybe if we get this legislation introduced, we can take some time. If there's some areas that opposition may feel need to be touched up a little bit, we have the committee to do that, Mr. Speaker. And as we go along with this program, which is new and innovative, we're going to see amendments that maybe we can make to make it better. Let's understand that the self-employed business person in Canada plays a very key role and should have the opportunity to purchase this extra bit of protection. And I'm surprised that the Bloc are so opposed to it. Get with this legislation. It's a good...
Order. The Honourable Member for Joliette. A brief response. Well, Mr. Speaker, we attempted to amend the bill. The Conservatives, with the complicity of the Liberals, refused to agree to our amendment. This was a formula that would ensure that all workers in Canada, including those in Quebec, would enjoy fairness under the employment insurance program, especially the parental leave component. We tried to improve it, they refused, and that's why we're voting against it. Secondly, Michel Bidard, the former Chief Actuary of the Employment Insurance Fund, was prepared to testify. He was in the committee room, Mr. Speaker. We wanted to hear from him, and once again the Conservatives, who were in bed with the Liberals, refused to hear from Michel Bidard and to hear the truth. And I'd conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that the rebate slated for Quebec that the Minister of Revenue is boasting about is 36 cents out of $1.73. That's 21.4% of the costs for maternity and parental benefits. And yet that's 75% a rebate it should have been, not 21% rebate. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're here this morning to debate Bill C-56, which is an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act. A bill that the Bloc can quite simply not support, because once again, Quebecers will be paying for the rest of Canada. You know, Mr. Speaker, we are used to paying for the rest of Canada. We've always paid. We've paid for the development of the oil sands in Alberta because it's our money, our tax money that's gone into it. We've also paid for different structures, Canadian structures, and here we will be paying once again to improve the Employment Insurance Fund. That being said, the Bloc cannot support this legislation, which will penalize Quebec self-employed workers. My colleagues here in the House have to be very aware of this. Once again, Quebec self-employed workers will have to pay for what they have in Quebec, almost for free, and then they're going to have to pay for the others who don't have those benefits, and that's really insulting. This is a bill which adds benefits for self-employed workers to the Employment Insurance Act. The bill is intended to amend certain clauses, or certain sections rather, of the existing legislation. And that is what we dispute. Here we have a maximum of 15 weeks for parental leave, adoption leave. But we already have these two types of benefits in Quebec. How more clearly can I put it for you? We are paying for this already in Quebec, so we don't need what they are trying to put in place in the EI Act. With respect, okay, compassionate leave, that's all right. To voluntarily have access to the special benefits, our self-employed workers are going to have to pay through becoming members of the program. They will have to have earned at least $6,000 during the calendar year preceding their joining the program. That will represent some 55%. They have to sign up a year ahead of time. So they have to sign up in 2009 to benefit in 2010. And all of this to access the benefits. So we are told that this could be put in place as of 2010, taking into account the previous year's earnings. This means that the self-employed would have to sign up now. They have to enroll now. If they receive the special benefits, though, must perpetually and on a mandatory basis pay into this as soon as they declare themselves to be self-employed. Well, they can't be employees because they are self-employed. The Canadian self-employed will pay $1.73 per $100 to have the four measures of the program. Quebec self-employed workers will pay $1.36 per $100 income to have access to only two of the measures in the program, and the two measures that are the least costly for the government. That, Mr. Speaker, is as if, say, I were told, look, I've got four candies here, 4 candies to give you. One that costs $1, one at $2, one at 50 cents, and another at 50 cents. I'm selling you those for $2. But the first 2 candies, I've already got them in my pockets. Am I going to have to pay $2 for 2 50-cent pieces of candy? This is exactly the same situation, Mr. Speaker. And that's what is just so upsetting. In Quebec, we are proactive. We already have measures to protect our self-employed workers. And if it's fair and just, we take it into account. I hear my colleagues rise in the House to ask questions or to say this is an historical piece of legislation that look, there's nothing historical in that. In Quebec, according to our history, we've always had to pay for the rest of Canada. There's nothing historical in this. Secondly, with respect to amendments, my colleagues in the committee, in the Human Resources Development Committee, they tried to make amendments, but nothing passed. They didn't want even to hear them out. There was an actuary who came who wanted to testify to explain how that operates in Quebec, how things work in Quebec, but they didn't want to hear him as a witness. That's really insulting. That is very, very upsetting. And then to come and say, oh, the Bloc's voting against this because the Bloc's always against everything. Well, no, Mr. Speaker. This bill has to be rectified. It has to be reviewed because it's unfair for Quebecers. Mr. Speaker, I think I also have to say this. In Quebec, we have a system that protects our workers, a system that doesn't exist elsewhere. Quebec is always obliged to pay to provide services and measures that are set up elsewhere. We have to say this clearly to the Quebec self-employed workers. They have a lot to lose in this. And believe me, I will be telling them. The members of the Bloc Québécois will be speaking against about this bill. You know, there are always social measures, so-called social measures that are being brought in for the rest of Canada. But there's always a hitch for Quebec. Once again, we have evidence to that effect. The Bloc tried to amend this bill but did not succeed. In addition, I had colleagues from the Liberal Party, Quebecers, who didn't help out. They want to vote for it. And I have Quebec colleagues, Conservative colleagues, who are voting in favor of this. This is the limit, Mr. Speaker. You have people who come to sell you something and who are asking Quebecers to give even more each time. I am sure that Quebecers will remember this. It's something, again, like the firearms registry. Once again, Quebec's been had. The interests of Quebec were not taken into account. Quebec, for the rest of Canada, is just a region that has to bend to the demands of the rest of Canada. For the other regions, well, I don't want to stay a region, Mr. Speaker. My region, my country is Quebec, a proactive Quebec, a Quebec where social measures reign, and they're much better than other areas. That's fine if they want to copy the measures that we have in Quebec, but they should have done something about this a long time ago in the rest of Canada. Quebec has measures to protect self-employed workers. They didn't, and now they want to change it. I have nothing against social measures. But don't tell me that Quebecers are going to have to pay for measures that will be implemented elsewhere, because we don't have the rest of Canada paying for measures in Quebec. Questions and comments.
The honourable député de Kitchener.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
I listened with great interest to the member and her speech, and I guess it's one thing I'm a little bit saddened by is that we're so close to Christmas, and she seems so grumpy about this issue. Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of self-employed individuals in my riding, and we've been clear for well over a year that this is one of the policies that we would like to implement. And they're calling for this change. It's a very positive change, Mr. Speaker, that's going to make a big difference for a lot of self-employed individuals. In Quebec, there will be benefits for sickness benefits and compassionate care. Many associations have come out clearly in favor of the changes that are in this legislation. I'm sure the member is aware of the Alliance of Canadian Cinema and Television and Radio Artists. They've said this is a very positive step by the federal government, and so we're urging all parties to support the extension of parental leave benefits to all workers. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering how she can stand in this place and actually remove an option. It's an option, Mr. Speaker, that self-employed people can opt into or not. How can she stand in this place and remove that very good option from those who are self-employed in Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I am really upset about this. The member who receives, who has been contacted by these artists that he mentioned, to whom he wants to offer benefits as an option because he has a social conscience, some notion of social justice in his head. How can he take away from Peter to pay Paul? How can he explain that? I have no problem with giving the self-employed benefits, but fairly and justly, not by having Quebec pay so you can give something to someone else. If they have a social conscience for these artists, well, would they have the same social conscience for Quebec? I'd be interested to know that. I'd be interested in hearing that because possibly there is an injustice, and this is what I am wondering about. The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened carefully to the member, and there's a very important point that she makes, and that is that we expect in our legislation that the legislation will reflect fairness and equity to all persons and to all regions. And that has to be acknowledged and accepted. Mr. Speaker, we are at third reading, however, and even if there is a fiscal issue with regard to the premiums to be charged to those who volunteer or voluntarily take up this benefit opportunity, being at third reading, we only have a couple of options, many of which probably aren't too salient right now, but one would be to refer the bill back to committee to look at it more carefully and fix it if necessary. Secondly would be to let it go to the Senate and see if the Senate wants to look at it. Or thirdly, maybe have an undertaking from the government to examine this matter more fully and, if necessary, come back with amending legislation to make it fair and equitable. I'd be interested in the members' comments on what approach we should pursue.
The honourable member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have a great deal of respect for the member who's just asked me that question. Very often, I have seen him in the House, and together we have shared agreements on certain bills with respect to social justice, which is very important for us. However, and indeed I continue to have a great respect for him. He gives me three options. The first, going back to committee, sending it back to committee for amendment, and this is what we in the Bloc Québécois asked for. My colleagues who sit in the committee where we discuss employment insurance have asked for amendments. They submitted many, but they were brushed away. The actuary that came to the committee to explain what was the monetary implication for that bill, well, nobody wanted to hear him as a witness. Mr. Speaker, you can't always think that the Senate should be doing our work, though. We have a responsibility as members of Parliament to take into account all the component parts of the bill and look attentively at it. And third, to get a commitment from this government. Are you trying to make me laugh? When you have a government that's not capable of looking at things, of being open-minded enough to hear an actuary, you'll never get an agreement. Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had an opportunity to listen to the debate when it first commenced, and a couple of items did strike my attention. We're dealing, as you know, with Bill C-56. I believe that this bill, in principle, has and was passed at second reading, has the support of the House because it provides on an opt-in basis employment and special benefits under the employment insurance system to self-employed persons. Mr. Speaker, I listened to the minister introduce the bill, and I thought that the minister carefully framed the issue before us when she said that Canadians should not have to choose between the family and their business responsibilities. And we all know, Mr. Speaker, that many people choose self-employment because it gives them the flexibility to take care of family responsibilities. Some are self-employed because they've lost their jobs but still have to work, and they have to scramble to make ends meet. There are and a variety of other circumstances that may put people in the situation that they must be self-employed. Mr. Speaker, the employment insurance system provides benefits for employed persons who for a variety of reasons may have to leave their job and to get benefits. In addition to that, though, there are a number of special benefits which are attached. And I have a particular attachment to this act because one of them has to do with maternity leave under EI. And some years ago, I was very pleased to have had one of my private members' items to extend maternity and parental leave to a full year from the then 6 months. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that that particular change in the Act was very well received by Canadians. And I would note that even in France now, their maternity and parental leave benefits are now a full 2 years, recognizing the research and study on Head Starts for children and how important it is that parents have the opportunity to determine when is the right time for their child to be able to access daycare or child care, or when they need their parents to be there. And this bill will go part way in terms of that with regard to self-employed persons, but I fear it's probably not going to be enough, and I hope that we are going to be pursuing this benefit area for families with children. It's really, for me, it's so very, very important with regard to families with children. The minister also wanted to simply advise the House that self-employed workers in Canada are often the innovators of our economy. They're people who contribute their creativity and courage and capital in pursuit of obviously a better life. And they strengthen our communities. And it's the communities that make a strong country. She also wanted to inform us that there are 2.6 million Canadians who are self-employed, and they account for about 15% of the working population. So, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this is a segment of our population who have circumstances which many do not or will never have in their lifetimes. But it provides specific challenges. I know that. It is the difference in terms of the self-employed part certainly has to do with the fact that if you don't go to work or don't do the work, you don't get paid. There's a lot of work, but you take that sacrifice because it provides you with the flexibility for, among other things, to make sure that the needs of family, in particular of children, are taken care of. Mr. Speaker, self-employed workers have been asking for these benefits for a very, very long period of time. And the case, I think, has been well made. And self-employed Canadians do come from a broad range of situations and incomes. Some are professionals, scientists, they're technicians, they could be tradespeople or retailers, or they simply could be doing a small self-employed business where they're taking advantage of certain skill sets or abilities that they have to provide goods and services. So, Mr. Speaker, it is an important segment of our economy which we really need to address. About 1/3 of all self-employed women are also of childbearing age, and many of them are choosing self-employment because it does provide that flexibility, Mr. Speaker, to combine a career with the responsibilities of raising a family. And obviously in these tough economic times, there's also self-employment does offer a way for laid-off workers to stay active in the labor market, which is doing their share for our economic recovery and, of course, to provide for their families. Finally, with regard to the minister's comments, I thought it was note that overall the special benefits for the self-employed would mirror those of salaried employees under EI program. The contributions and benefits for the self-employed would be comparable, whether earnings came from self-employment, salaried employment, or a mix of the two. But clearly the overall goal was to make these special benefits for the self-employed the same as those of salaried employees, but recognizing that some adjustments may be necessary, and those in fact have come to light with regard to some of the statements made this morning, and from the member from Laval-Les-Îles who raised the issue during the commencement of third reading. Mr. Speaker, I took the opportunity in looking at the bill, and I found it difficult to go through. It has consequential amendments to a number of acts. There are a number of exceptions. For instance, if you're a self-employed person and you have an illness and you want benefits, there is going to be this test about if you didn't have that illness, would you be classified as being self-employed? That's as simply as I get stated, but if you look at that in the Act, it is not as clear as that would seem to indicate. And it looks, Mr. Speaker, that from the various conditions and exceptions, that there will be cases where it's going to be subject to interpretation. And I only wish that this had been a little simpler. I wish that the bill had been more focused on the requirements of people to access these benefits and to rely more heavily on regulations which allows the flexibility of a government to make modifications by using formulas in regulations or by listing the certain kinds of things that would be there. When you start to put everything in the bill and you try to craft editorial or prose around what your intent is, Mr. Speaker, there is a risk of missing something. And as I indicated earlier in the question to the previous speaker, Mr. Speaker, that we're at third reading now. This bill has received approval in principle, and it can't be changed in its macro sense, but we can tweak it. But the only way to tweak it at third reading, Mr. Speaker, is to have it referred back to committee, or to pass it at third reading, let it go to the Senate, and maybe they can help to clarify or, if necessary, correct a problem. There also, since these benefits that are subject to a voluntary opt-in won't kick in for a year, I guess there is time to deal with it in an amending piece of legislation if we could do that. But, Mr. Speaker, I have to tell you, when I took the minutes of the committee meeting, what members have been saying about rushing through proposed amendments. There was, as I read this last night, Mr. Speaker, there didn't seem to be, it took a long time for the committee members to grasp the points that were being made in some of the amendments, and there seemed to be maybe a little bit too much pressure to let's get this over with, let's get it out of here. And, Mr. Speaker, that's a risk committees take when they just simply take things on their face value, because with regard to the issue that the previous speaker raised in the House, and also the member for Laval-Les-Îles, there seems to be a problem with the benefits and the premiums proposed for residents of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, C-56 amends this Act to establish a mechanism to provide payment of special benefits, not the labor-related. For instance, you lose your job as a salaried employee and you can get EI benefits. These are the other things, Mr. Speaker, and they include maternity, sickness, compassionate care benefits, and parental or adoptive benefits, Mr. Speaker. These are very important to Canadians. We have a system that I believe provides adequately for those who are salaried, but not for but not for self-employed persons. Now, Mr. Speaker, in all provinces other than Quebec, those kind of benefits are not provided. Those special benefits are not provided by the provincial governments. They are benefits that someone who wished to have such coverage would have to go and get it through private insurance means. The province of Quebec is different. The province of Quebec already provides some of these benefits, and it's included in the taxation of the residents of Quebec in the provincial tax. Those benefits are extended to their residents, and so they have a real cost to the people in Quebec. However, Mr. Speaker, in looking at the discussion in committee and also the representations of previous speakers, Mr. Speaker, there just seems to be something wrong, because if you compare what somebody will pay or what benefits you get in other provinces of Canada if you opt into this plan, and the ones that you will need, because in Quebec some are already provided, so you only need a smaller number, that the differential in the premium that a self-employed person in Quebec will pay and someone in any other province doesn't seem to match up very clearly with what one would reasonably expect in terms of a pro rata cost per $100 of earnings. And Mr. Speaker, that's where, and I think some members have raised, is that we have a situation here where fairness and equity does not seem to have been met for all persons and all regions. And that is one of our critical responsibilities, is to make sure. And I'm not going to go into the mechanics of the premiums, but I can say, Mr. Speaker, just so that members are aware, that self-employed workers in Quebec already have access to government of Quebec benefits for parental leave, sick leave, and compassionate leave to care for family. That means that the government's calculations for this bill, self-employed workers in Quebec should not have to pay the same premiums as Canadians in other provinces, because they already receive part of those benefits, but not from the government of Canada. It comes from the government of Quebec. So it seems clear to us, Mr. Speaker, that the calculations have to reflect that. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't have the precise numbers, but let me give you maybe just a broad indication. Since Quebec already has a parental insurance program, all Quebecers, regular employees and self-employed, pay into it. And in recognition of that fact, Mr. Speaker, general employee EI premium is $1.38 per $100 of income versus $1.73 for the rest of Canada. So you can see that Quebec, because they have a provincial plan that overlaps what is otherwise available in EI, and the residents of Quebec are already paying for those benefits, that the current EI premium structure reflects that reality, and we have $1.38 in Quebec versus $1.73 in Canada. So you can see the differential, taking into account the cost of those programs which Quebecers already have. Mr. Speaker, under this new bill, self-employed Quebecers will now pay the same $1.38 in premium. And it just doesn't make sense. If they already have some of the special benefits, why would they pay the same premium after this bill passes as they pay now before it passes? The bill has, apparently, the bill has not taken into account, and the government has not taken into account the fact that there is this exception. It's a clear exception. It's not debatable. It's a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, something needs to be done. And if you were to, when I asked the question of the minister, or it wasn't the minister, of another member who spoke on this, and it was a government member, and I said, where did you get the numbers? Well, the member, I think it was the parliamentary secretary, responded to me that the premium that's going to be charged to Quebecers is going to be lower than the costs from private insurers. Now, that may be true It depends, however, on what assumptions you make about the group which is being covered under a private insurer, because it depends on the size and the stability and all other good things. I've been involved a little bit in employee benefits, but I'm pretty sure that I could go to different areas of the insurance system and find a range of premiums based on what you must take or can't opt in, and maybe they won't even customize a plan for someone. So I'm not sure it's good enough to say it's lower than generally with private insurers. I think we need to be more specific. I think it has to be more geared to the fact that recognizes that how much does it cost for the benefits they already get. And if you were going to adjust the premium, Mr. Speaker, you should probably simply deduct that cost. We know what the cost is. There's another way to come at it from the reverse side rather than to try to build it up. So I wanted to raise that, Mr. Speaker, because I don't like to see us get into these situations where we're in third reading and it's very awkward and cumbersome and maybe not unacceptable to the government to move into one of the directions to make a change to this now. But it would appear to me, Mr. Speaker, that because this program is voluntary, people can opt in, and benefits can't be claimed until you've been in the program for a full year. There is time, and so I urge the government, the Minister of Human Resources, and the Parliamentary Secretary to go back and look at what the experts and what the witnesses said, Mr. Speaker. People have expressed a sincere concern. It's about fairness and equity for all Canadians, for all persons in all regions. And in the case of this bill, Mr. Speaker, it would appear that's not the case. So I want to thank the honourable members who have raised this issue, gave me an opportunity to look at it, and I agree with them wholeheartedly that there has to be some changes here, Mr. Speaker, simply from the standpoint of fairness and equity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was listening to this member, he was saying on the one hand, I think he's supporting it, and on the other hand, I think he's not supporting it. The time has come, perhaps, for this member and his party to decide whether or not they're going to support this bill and its speedy passage. There's certainly a number of groups like the Grain Growers of Canada and the Real Estate Association who've said things like they want to see action to address the many inequities in the employment insurance program faced by self-employed realtors. The Grain Growers of Canada director said the legislation is very welcome. This has huge potential for quality of life in rural Canada. This could be the difference as to whether one member of the family has to seek off-farm employment because no families will have a choice. And the time is coming, Mr. Speaker, where this party must decide what it's going to do. It needs to pass the bill here and in the other House because there are important deadlines like January 1st when the contributions must commence. People have to decide whether they want to opt in. Will this member support this? Will his party support getting this legislation forward so many can be helped and not oppose it like they did the extension of the EI benefits for 5 to 20 weeks for long-tenured workers because they wanted to force an election? Is this party going to get behind this bill, behind us, to ensure it passes in a timely fashion so people and self-employed people can actually opt in as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, I said at the beginning of my speech that the Liberal Party support this bill, and it gave the reasons and even cited and supported the reasons laid out by the minister. So I don't know why the parliamentary secretary even wanted to go there. But he did use one word there which I think is indicative of the reason why I wanted to rise to speak. And he talked about, quote, speedy passage. And Mr. Speaker, in my experience, 16 years of experience in this place, when we try to do things quickly, we sometimes make mistakes. And in this case, and I think the number of members have raised the issue, that there is a small item being the premiums to be charged. We find ourselves at third reading. We want to pass it. But what I want to know is whether or not the parliamentary secretary and the minister, and in fact the government, are going to undertake to correct the mistake that they made.
The questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to want to thank the member for his comments on this particular bill, but I also want to remind him that that if Quebecers choose to take advantage of this, what is a voluntary program, they would pay the EI premiums at the same rate as employees in Quebec, where the rates have already been adjusted downward to take into account the existence of provincial maternity and parental benefit plans, which they have and have had in a while. In addition, the Quebec self-employed people would pay the same premium rate as Quebec paid workers, which is 1.36% in 2010, which is reduced to account for the existence of the QPIP. So does the member have any comments about that piece of information?
The honourable member for Mississauga South.
I think that the member just repeated the case that I made during my speech. And I believe that the bill does not fairly reflect the fact that Quebecers are already paying for certain benefits under provincial programs that are available, and that the prescribed EI premium for them will in fact be more than it should. And if the members would just simply look at what the current premium structure is between Quebec and other provinces, you get an idea of what the differential should be, roughly, in terms of percentage. You know it's got to be lower than that. It can't somehow be equal. It just doesn't make sense from a pragmatic standpoint. But what I did see in committee, Mr. Speaker, was that there was very sincere attempts to make amendments or changes at committee which were frustrated by government members, and I think they were blinded by their wish to have speedy return of a bill rather than to get the best bill possible. That's unacceptable.
Order. There are about 5 minutes remaining in the time allotted for questions and comments, but I believe we'll now move to statements by members, as it is virtually 11 o'clock. Alors, déclaration des...
Statements by members.
The honourable member for Brant.
Mr. Speaker, countless Canadians devote their lives to the care of family members with disabilities. The Hunt family from my riding of Brant are such Canadians. Valerie Hunt was born with Down syndrome, and along with her parents, Irene and Tom, her brother Doug devoted his life to his sister. Working with the disabled became his passion and his life's work. As a hobby, Doug and his wife Katie are entertainers, using their considerable skills assisting community groups fundraise for worthy causes.
Good job.
Valerie passed away this week at age 46. She loved music, Tim Hortons, and her extensive pen collection. She will be missed by many, especially her close friends at Crossing All Bridges Learning Centre in Brantford. Today we say thank you to the Hunts and to all in Canada who quietly and unselfishly give so much to the care of their family members. You are an inspiration to all of us.
Absolutely.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to draw the attention of the House again to the difficult situation in Sri Lanka following the conclusion of the military conflict there in May. Over 100,000 Tamil civilians had been held in detention camps maintained by the military in the north. The camps presented huge challenges in terms of shelter, nutrition, human rights, and access by international and UN aid agencies, which were severely restricted. Earlier this week, happily, Sri Lanka opened the camps for all to leave at the time of their choosing. Now is the time for Sri Lanka to invite and accept international assistance for this huge resettlement. Many have lost their homes, but resettlement is an essential part of post-conflict reconstruction, and a successful reconstruction process is necessary for Sri Lanka to ensure that its minorities fully participate in a peaceful and prosperous citizenship. This is vital to Sri Lanka's future. I call upon Sri Lanka to publicly embrace these goals and proceed quickly to resettlement, post-conflict reconstruction, and reconciliation with its minorities.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, the Comprehensive School La Poudrière de Drummondville implemented a slew of projects which earned it the title of a national school in the UNESCO-associated schools network. This network comprising approximately 8,500 educational institutions in 179 countries. The honour bestowed on the school reflects positively all the schools under the Deschênes School Board. In order to get this status, the Poudrière got involved with the Brunton Green schools. It then sent educational material and school solar ovens to the Central African Republic in Guatemala. It committed to a revitalization project of the shell of the powder manufacturing plant in the Poudrière and took part in the 2 for 3 walk against poverty. The Poudrière de Drummondville has become the 5th Quebec school to make it onto the list of UNESCO-associated schools. And I'm glad to congratulate the teachers and students through their dynamism and involvement and commitment to values of UNESCO. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to read an extract of a letter addressed to the Parliament of Canada entitled 20 years after the killing in Polytechnics, the firearms registry is still necessary. The firearms registry has been highly successful insofar as it reduced the incidence of armed assault where domestic violence is concerned. Therefore, the number of women shot and killed was cut by over half and went from 85 in 1991 to 32 in 2004. The homicide rate using rifles, including hunting rifles, dropped by 70%. Putting an end to violence against women and preventing tragedies means more than simply wearing a white ribbon on the 6th of December every year. It requires concrete action. By voting against Bill C-391, you're helping to ensure the safety of women and children and that killings like the one at Polytechnique never happen again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
North.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the tremendous success of a high-tech manufacturer in Midland, Ontario, in my riding called Elcan Optical Technologies. Elcan started business in Midland 57 years ago. Their 900-person workforce is growing. They have business partners around the world, and Elcan tops its field in the production of precision lenses and electronics for the medical, defense and security, manufacturing, commercial, and entertainment industries. Their precision scopes for military armaments have won acclaim from their customers in the UK and the United States. Their partnership with a firm in Austin, Texas is leading the advancement of blood analysis technologies to assist in the fight against HIV/AIDS. From new X-ray technology to night vision imagery, Elcan is best in its class, and they're putting Midland, Ontario on the world stage. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the entire team at Elcan for their success in a highly competitive global market. They're once more showing how Canadian exporters are competing with the best in the world, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, sadly over 1 million children live in poverty in Canada. Better Beginnings, Better Futures is one of the most ambitious research projects on the long-term impacts of early childhood development programming ever initiated in Canada. Its purpose is to prevent young children in low-income, high-risk neighborhoods from experiencing poor developmental outcomes, which then require expensive education, health, and social services. The Better Beginnings model has been implemented in several communities in Ontario since 1991. This program has given beneficial effects to the children who have grown up with it, including a reduction of behavioral and emotional problems and a promotion of positive development. I would like to congratulate Highfield Junior School, its excellent teachers, caring parents, and community for terrific programs that will give our children important opportunities to enjoy a healthy and happy life.
The Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week I delivered to my colleagues in this House some mouth-watering Nova Scotia Honeycrisp apples supplied by the Nova Scotia Fruit Growers Association.
Excellent apples.
Based in Kentville, Nova Scotia, this association has been representing tree fruit growers since 1863. They act on behalf of growers, packers, and processors of Nova Scotia-grown fruits and help them to anticipate and adapt to the ever-changing marketplace. Industrious workers and savvy business people, apple growers like other farmers, Christmas tree growers, and fishermen continually work with scientists and governments, both federally and provincially, to adapt to changing market demands. Remember, the next time you bite into one, these apples are more than just the best apples you've ever eaten. They represent farm income. To the Nova Scotia Fruit Growers Association, thank you again for these great apples. Whether it's apples, lobsters, produce, or Christmas trees, I encourage all Canadians to support Canadian farm and fishing families by buying local.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Compton Stansted. Mr. Speaker, on the 13th of November, the Royal Winter Fair took place in Toronto. This breeding competition is part of the most important dairy competitions in the world and rewards the owners of the most beautiful animals in the industry. Among the participants, the Holsteins from the dairy farm Plimando of Coticook stood out in the category of the most beautiful junior female. The Plumado farm also won first place in another prestigious competition last summer, in addition to getting fifth place from the famous Madison Dairy Expo this fall. I'd like to congratulate the owners of this Coaticook farm, Mr. Philippe Giorno and his children, Marie-Ève and Dominique. These breeders once again have done the riding of Compton Stansted proud at the national and international level and are showing the expertise of the Quebec dairy farmers. The Honourable Member for Lotbinière-Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, day for day, on the 4th of December 1909, John Ambrose O'Brien, Jacques Lavouliette and Newsby Lalonde founded the Canadiens de Montréal, a team which was going to become the most prolific in history. Throughout the 20th century, the Richards, the Bellivaux, the Lafleurs, and many others inspired generations of Quebecers seeking to affirm their identity. The Les Glorieux have shown us on many occasions that with courage, determination and hard work that you can break down doors and you can compete with the best. In short, that you can win. On behalf of the Government of Canada, my colleagues, the fans, on behalf of all the young people who train tirelessly, dreaming to wear one day the colours of the tricolours in this sold-out Bell Centre, I'd like to congratulate the Club of Mythical Proportions. Long life to the Canadiens de Montréal, our team.
Mr. Speaker, they are the true unsung heroes of Canadian society. They deliver hot meals to shut-ins, they sift through mountains of used clothing, they coach our children's sports teams. They are volunteers, and today is their day. C'est aujourd'hui la journée.
Today is the International Volunteers Day. I'd call on all my colleagues to join with me in warmly thanking all these people who, through pure altruism, get us home during the holiday period if we've drunk one too many, who've given these people comfort and who have worked hard in soliciting donations.
Contributions and the tremendous social and economic benefits they provide to all of our communities.
Today we thank these volunteers who are making such an invaluable gift of their time and effort.
Not only to say thank you to all of the volunteers in this country with me today, but also to join their ranks a few times a year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Island North.
Mr. Speaker, to mark International Volunteer Day, today the government honors two recipients of the 2009 Touris Casgrain Volunteer Award. Wendy Cecil is the recipient of the award in the Lifelong Commitment category. She has provided vital leadership in strategic planning and fundraising for St. Michael's Hospital and the University of Toronto. She also spearheaded the Urban Angel campaign. Gary Kalassi is the recipient of the award in the Youth Participation category. He has been actively involved with the United Way in Windsor, Essex County. He has organized events to assist community members with financial fitness, held networking events for volunteers, and led a community-wide event to support not-for-profit organizations. I'm honored to extend our appreciation to Ms. Cecil and Mr. Kalassi and to all Canadian volunteers who strive to make our community stronger. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commend a constituent who in her unselfish actions represents a glowing example of the generosity of spirit and integrity that characterizes my community. When Karen Corton, the manager of Walkerville Manor, won $1 million in a lottery last February, she didn't quit her job, Mr. Speaker. Rather, she followed through on a commitment she had made to the mentally challenged residents and staff of the home where she worked. She took them to Disney World in Florida. The task was not an easy one. It took 8 months to make the arrangements, which included getting birth certificates and passports, as well as arranging transport and accommodations. Recently, 22 residents and staff joined Karen on their big adventure to the Magic Kingdom. In order that no one was left out, those who couldn't make the trip had been treated to a special Thanksgiving dinner and all got Mickey Mouse watches. Windsor has experienced many difficulties over the past number of years, yet the resiliency so wonderfully exemplified by Karen Coton's big-heartedness lives on in our community. Well done, Karen.
Here, here. The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader has continued to parrot criticism leveled at us by the Chinese leadership and Chinese state-controlled news media. We in this House must remember what lies at the root of this criticism. The criticism flows from our government's principled decision to remain focused on human rights. At the same time, we seek to strengthen trade and economic ties. Whether or not they have the guts to say so explicitly, the Liberal leader and his party have brought into the premise that we were wrong to push human rights. We were wrong to defend people like Hussein Jalal, who is not just a political prisoner, but also, Mr. Speaker, a Canadian citizen. Mr. Speaker, we make no apologies for pursuing both strong human rights and strong international trade. The Liberals took a values-free approach to foreign policy, and they're still peddling it today. In fact, yesterday, the Liberal leader issued a statement on China that failed to mention human rights. How do they justify that?
How do they?
Honourable Member for Terrebonne-Blainville. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join my voice to the awareness campaign launched by the major union movements, including the Canada Labour Congress, the TUAC and the FTQ, on the issue of violence against women. The operation 20 Days, 20 Ways of Putting an End to Violence Against Women is taking place from the 16th to the 6th of November to the 6th of December, involves asking women to send in a postcard demanding that the Canadian government put in place measures to put an end to violence against women, including maintaining the firearms registry. The Prime Minister's lack of sensitivity to women is only equalled by his inertia on the issues that affect them, including the possibility of fighting pay equity issues before the courts, the underfunding of social housing units, and the lack of accessibility to employment insurance. We hope that thousands of women will take this opportunity to lobby the Prime Minister on this issue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Mr. Speaker, 100 years ago, the Canadiens de Montréal were created. 100 years ago today, they have overjoyed thousands of Canadians and Quebecers over the years. Since this date, 776 players have worn the Les Canadiens uniform with pride. Maurice Richard, Dickie Moore, Boom Boom Geoffrion, Jean Beliveau, etc.
Watching TV, shouting and cheering for the Habs. I remember my first hockey game at the Montreal Forum. It was magical. I'll never forget those moments.
And I can still remember the voice of René Calvalier. He was fantastic as he played. And think about the Stanley Cups. Not 5, not 10, but 24 Stanley Cups. And the next one is just arrived. The Canadiens, it's more than cups, it's more than victories. It's our history, it's our point of pride. And that's what we're celebrating today. Happy anniversary, happy birthday to the Canadiens de Montréal.
The honourable member for Fundy Royal. Order.
Mr. Speaker, Statistics Canada reported this morning that employment in Canada increased by nearly 80,000 in November. Today's numbers confirm that Canada's Economic Action Plan is having a positive impact on creating and maintaining jobs. Wonderful. By comparison, the United States lost 11,000 jobs in November. This is the 23rd straight month of job losses in the U.S. For the first time in a generation, the U.S. unemployment rate is nearly 2 percentage points higher than Canada's. Here at home, Canada is weathering the current global economic challenges better than nearly every other industrialized country, and our government's economic stewardship is the envy of the world. Yet despite these positives, the global economic recovery remains fragile and tentative. That is why our government is committed to staying on course, protecting our economy, and fully implementing Canada's economic action plan.
Great job. Oral questions. Questions orales. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, international and domestic legal standards are very clear. Canada has an obligation not to transfer detainees into situations where there is a reasonable risk that they will face torture. We have now heard clear evidence that the torture was widespread and systemic in the prisons where the government was transferring Afghans. Why did the Conservatives think that Afghans transferred by Canadians would be spared this treatment? Do they not understand that they, the Conservative politicians in Ottawa, have failed to live up to their legal obligations?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The member opposite, the fight against terrorism, the fight against the Taliban, against Al-Qaeda, is very serious. And regrettably, Mr. Speaker, the opposition is continuing to play partisan games on the backs of our men and women in uniform. There has not been one single proven allegation of an abuse of a Canadian transferred prisoner, Mr. Speaker. And I should suggest to the member opposite that after 3 years of accusing our brave men and women in uniform of the very worst, it's time for the Liberal Party to apologize to our troops, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauséjour. Mr. Speaker, not only have the Conservatives done nothing to prevent these people from being tortured, but they were almost in a hurry to expose them to these atrocious conditions. The two main Canadian commanders said in Qatar in 2006 that Ottawa only gave them 12 hours to transfer the prisoners. Why did the Conservatives impose their bad judgment on these brave generals? Why did they prefer to order a quick transfer that was risky for the detainees?
The allegations made by the member opposite are pure nonsense. Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of confidence on this side of the House for the commanders in the field. They make decisions in these regards on an operational basis, and they have demonstrated and comported themselves tremendously well in Afghanistan. They represent us tremendously well. It's time for the Liberal Party to apologize to our men and women in uniform.
Honourable member for Beauséjour.
Mr. Speaker, reports now indicate that it was the Afghans who first halted the transfers, contrary to Conservative claims. The Afghans wanted to stop the transfers because the Conservatives were failing to provide sufficient evidence that the detainees had done anything wrong, exactly as Richard Colvin had testified. Mr. Speaker, so many questions and no real answers. Why can't the government understand that it's their credibility that's now shot? And when will they realize it's finally time to call a full and complete public inquiry to get to the bottom of the cover-up?
Minister of Transport.
When Canadian officials, be they in the military or in the public service, have been presented with credible and substantiated evidence, they've taken the appropriate action, Mr. Speaker. That's why we undertook a new transfer agreement. That's why we undertook visits. And that's why General Hillier, when he appeared before a parliamentary committee, said that any suggestion that Canadian forces, our men and women in uniform, were somehow rounding up Afghan farmers and taxi drivers was absolutely ludicrous, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, the minister can skate and invent as much as he wants, but there are formal agreements. In addition to the transfer of the prisoners to the authorities, there are documents that are censored, but all nonetheless set out the fact that there were atrocities like electrocution. Why did Canada take such risks? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Defence.
Our first priority is protecting our men and women in uniform and the people they're trying to serve. We will simply not release information that will endanger our troops, our relations with our allies, our relations with international organizations. Redactions are done by nonpartisan civil servants, public servants, who are operating within the rules, the same rules that were applied after September 11th, were applied by the previous government for the same good reasons, protecting our troops,
protecting the people we're there to work with and protecting the organizations we depend on to give us information.
The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. It's unfortunately the answer doesn't correspond to the question. The Conservatives abdicated their moral responsibility in this area. In many cases, the secret services did not find sufficient grounds to justify the incarceration of the detainees handed over to them by the Canadian forces. When will the government launch a public inquiry to get the facts and protect Canada's reputation on the international scene? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
You know, the decision to transfer detainees to Afghan custody is made by our commanders on the ground. They make them on very specific reasons. If there's clear evidence that those people have been involved in activities against our soldiers, against Afghan civilians, it's clear evidence of gunshot residue being caught in the act, and so on. Once they're transferred to the Afghans, it's up to the Afghans to prosecute them as they see fit within their organization, within their justice system. We're working very closely with the Afghan system to increase their capacity to do that effectively.
The Honourable Member for Joliette, Mr. Speaker, on October 24th, 2007, at the very moment when he was leaving his position in Afghanistan, Richard Colvin sent David Mulroney a memo in which he denounced the chronic inability of Canada to provide safety for the transferred prisoners. And that was at the beginning of 2006. Canada, though, waited a year and a half before changing the transfer protocol. Will the minister not agree that Canada failed in its responsibility with respect to international agreement?
Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, Mr. Colvin has said he didn't send the letter in the first place.
Honourable Member for Joliette, Mr. Speaker, in the memo, which is a synthesis of all of the warnings that he had issued during his 18 months in Afghanistan, expressed his indignation with respect to the government. In that same memo, Richard Colvin took issue with the government's defense that it preferred to close its eyes to the allegations of tortures and discredit those who, like the Red Cross, that were trying to sound the alarm since the spring. Instead of attacking the messenger, shouldn't they have listened to the message? They've been in contravention of the Geneva Agreement.
The document he cites was not even transmitted. You can't attack the messenger when there's no message sent.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Defence wanted to prove that the new agreement was working well and said that Canada had stopped transferring prisoners on several occasions because they were afraid that the prisoners were being tortured. But we learned from the Afghan information services that they refused to imprison the detainees because of a lack of evidence when they were handed over by Canada. When will the minister stop giving us half-truths?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We stopped transfers on a number of occasions. One time we suspended them. 3 other times we paused them. There were times when the Afghans stopped taking transfers too for reasons like religious holidays, lack of information or confusing information on detainees' personal information. We've been collaborating very closely with the Afghan authorities. The new arrangement has been working very well since 2007. We made those changes when we got credible evidence of concerns from the field. We've acted responsibly at all levels, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to continue to do that.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Pierre Boucher, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian soldiers understood that the lack of cooperation on the part of the Afghan authorities was to cover up torture. By stopping the transfers, they shed light on the incompetence of the Conservative government, which has since tried to cover up its inability to provide safety for the Afghan prisoners. Will the government not agree that it is high time to have an independent public inquiry set up? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we've heard from one individual, Mr. Colvin, who had a point of view. We've heard from 3 top Canadian generals. We've heard from the top diplomat in charge of that whole operation. We've heard from 3 very senior public officials who were deeply involved with that operation. All of the evidence from their side points to the fact that there has not been a single substantiated allegation of abuse of a Canadian transferred detainee. Mr. Speaker, the government has acted responsibly. The Canadian military has acted responsibly. It's time to stop dragging the military through the mud and support them.
The honourable member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, the New Democratic Party has noted the change in the government's direction with respect to its sudden abandoning of its insignificant intensity targets. It was high time, Mr. Speaker. Now the government has listened to reason. It's got to go to the next step. The government has got to set up absolute targets with the 1990 as the reference year, like the rest of the world. Is the government ready to show it's serious in its fight against climate change? Is it Canada going to have 1990 as the reference year with...
The environment is a tremendously important priority for Canadians and an important priority for our government. We want to see an agreement in Copenhagen that is effective, and we're going to be working to ensure that Canada does its share. I would remind the member opposite that in the spring of 2007, the government committed to an absolute reductions. It's unfortunate you didn't read that plan at that time.
Honourable member for Outremont.
What the rest of the world is saying about Canada. From Monday's Guardian newspaper, we're watching the astonishing spectacle of a beautiful, cultured nation turning itself into a corrupt petro-state. Canada is slipping down the development ladder, retreating from a complex, diverse economy towards dependence on a single primary resource, which happens to be the dirtiest commodity known to man. In Copenhagen next week, this country will do everything in its power to wreck the talks. The rest of the world must do everything in its power to stop it. Canada now threatens the well-being of the world. Is that the Canada they want on the world stage? Is that the Canada they want for our children, Mr. Speaker?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, this government, like Canadians, believe the environment is an important responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Canada, as an industrialized country, is prepared to do its fair share. Mr. Speaker, I'd say to the member opposite, instead of trying to run down this country, why don't we put politics aside, stop the blame game, and work together on this important agreement in Copenhagen?
Honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, Richard Colvin's testimony was supported by 2 Canadian officers the Defence Minister repeatedly says he trusts. CBC released transcripts of interviews with General David Fraser and Lieutenant Colonel Putt. Here's a direct quote: "We were detaining the local yokels and handing them off." We also learned Canadian detainee transfers were stopped this year because the Afghans refused to accept them due to insufficient evidence of wrongdoing, directly contradicting what the Defence Minister told this House on November 23rd. Mr. Speaker, it's time that this cover-up ended. When will this government call a public inquiry?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, it is quite something for the NDP to get up and raise this issue. Let's look at what Michael Byers, who ran in Vancouver Centre as one of the NDP's star candidates, an official spokesman for the NDP in the last election. He wrote a letter, Mr. Speaker, accusing General Rick Hillier of possibly committing war crimes, Mr. Speaker. I say to the NDP, stand in your place and distance yourselves from these outrageous allegations against a great Canadian hero who served in uniform for generations, who is the best hero, epitomizes the very best in Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Shame on the NDP.
The honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, it's always the same old story from the Prime Minister. India and China have to make the first steps. Well, what's the result? A few easy words when he's in India, a trip, a half-hearted trip to Copenhagen, not to lose face before 65 other heads of states, ridiculed by China. Is he going to say, well, go first to the Chinese when their targets are more ambitious than his own? Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister.
I always can barely believe my ears when I have a Liberal member stand up and critique the environment policies of this government, Mr. Speaker. They were in power for 13 years and did absolutely nothing, Mr. Speaker. The only party that, Mr. Speaker, that's working hard, working with our international partners for a new international agreement in Copenhagen is this party, Mr. Speaker. That member needs to get serious about climate change.
Honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister described his climate change plan, and I quote, as a 2-page summary. Really, he actually said that. For 4 years, the Reform Conservatives have hidden behind emissions intensity targets. Isolated in full damage control, they now flip-flop and announce absolute caps are needed to produce absolute reductions. Really? And while Canada continues to slip in the $1 trillion a year clean tech market, the Chinese signed a $250 million carbon capture and storage deal with the United States. Mr. Speaker, when is this recklessness going to end?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not just me speaking and saying that the Liberals did absolutely nothing. This is what the Commissioner of the Environment said in the parting years. Mr. Speaker says when it comes to protecting the environment, the Liberals make bold announcements. And then, before the confetti hits the ground, those promises are forgotten. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to stop playing their politic games, Mr. Speaker. They need to get serious about climate change. We're going to Copenhagen, Mr. Speaker. We want a new international agreement. We're going to do our share. We're working hard, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, 4 years, 3 ministers, no credible plan. Each time a new minister starts, bold statements are made, but when it comes time to deliver, they balk. In 2007, this government said in order to meet its target, large industry would have to reduce emissions by 49 megatons in absolute terms from 2006 levels by 2010. Can the minister tell this House if Canada will even meet the Conservative target by 2010?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canada goes to Copenhagen with the targets that we've announced for 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker. 20% absolute reductions by 2020 using the 2006 baseline. Now, President Obama has recently announced identical targets, European Union targets calculated at only 14% reduction, Mr. Speaker. What is being proposed by the opposition is a 39% reduction, Mr. Speaker. They want to tax Canadians. They want to kill the economy, Mr. Speaker. We're the ones standing for Canadian jobs. We're standing for a cleaner environment.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, asking if we are on track to meet a target is a simple question. And if we were, it would receive a simple answer. The planet is running out of time, and this government is running out of excuses. Copenhagen represents the most important international meeting since the Second World War. Now that the Prime Minister has agreed to go, will he do something to assure Canadians he will be representing us with clean hands and a credible plan?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, this is what her leader said about the environment. He said, quote, I think our party got into a mess on the environment. Well, Mr. Speaker, they did get into a mess, Mr. Speaker. We're cleaning up that mess, Mr. Speaker. We're working hard for a cleaner environment. We're working hard for Canadian jobs, Mr. Speaker. Thank goodness this government is getting it done on the environment.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. The Minister of the Environment has announced the setting in place of absolute ceilings for GHG emissions, but has not announced that he would make that mandatory, and it has not said that 2006 would be the reference year rather than 1990. He's keeping 2006 rather. These are just empty words that Stephen Guilbeault says have no value. Is the minister not aware that without a mandatory regulatory framework in 1990 as a reference year, his 20% objective will never suffice? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Hopefully the member has been listening and is aware that we're working in a continental approach, harmonized, Mr. Speaker, with North American target to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, an absolute 20% reduction by 2020, Mr. Speaker. Those are the toughest targets in Canadian history. Canada is doing our part, Mr. Speaker, working hard with our international partners. We're going to work hard for a new international agreement on climate change in Copenhagen, Mr. Speaker. We need to all work together, stop the politics, Mr. Speaker, and let's start working hard together.
Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. I see that the minister really didn't listen to the demands of Quebec. The abandoning of 1990 as a reference year in favour of 2006 will mean that all the efforts by Quebec industry for 16 years will be eliminated. Does the minister not understand that what he's proposing in Copenhagen will fly in the face of the economic and environmental interests of Quebec and will only be to the profit and advantage of big oil in the West? The parliamentary secretary.
Setting crazy targets, Mr. Speaker, is not going to get it done for the environment, Mr. Speaker. It has to be a balanced approach. It has to be realistic targets, and those realistic targets, North American harmonized approach on climate change, Mr. Speaker, is an absolute reduction by 20% by 2020. Mr. Speaker, the member needs to listen. She needs to participate. Mr. Speaker, all parties in this House need to work together for a new climate change agreement in Copenhagen.
The honourable member for Jean-Lebert. Mr. Speaker, Heidi Rathjen, a survivor of the Polytechnique tragedy, is deploring the hypocrisy of the Conservative government that commemorates, on the one hand, the tragedy, and on the other hand, tries to dismantle the firearms registry. I quote her, "This is a slap in the face for the victims of Polytechnique as well as all firearms victims." What is the Minister of the Status of Women waiting for to intervene with her colleagues who are trying to dismantle the gun registry? It hurts women. The parliamentary secretary. Mr. Speaker, the members of the opposition should be ashamed of playing political games on the back of women who have died. It's violence against women is unacceptable. You have to break the silence. You have to break the chain of the cycle of violence, and that applies to verbal, physical, or psychological violence. Violence is unacceptable in all its forms. We work with all the women in Quebec and Canada to see that women can stand tall and fight violence. The honourable member for Jean-Lebert. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, the survivors of the tragedy at Polytechnique are speaking out against the government, not politicians. And it's the whole Conservative caucus. Nathalie Provost, one of the wounded victims at Polytechnique, is still surprised that 20 years later the Conservative government is trying to get rid of the firearms registry. Why is the government listening to the lobbies for firearms, but why is it not listening to groups that are trying to eradicate violence? Why is the government stubbornly trying to take apart the gun registry? The parliamentary secretary. Here on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we think about the violence of women. That's what we have in mind, and this is why we have brought in a variety of legislation to protect our communities, to make them safe, including the sentencing and increasing the sentences for violent crimes, for sexual crimes. On this side of the House, we stand up for women, the women of Canada.
The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, the fact that these Conservatives have let Canada's relationship with China fall apart over these last 4 years has rightly received a lot of attention this week. They claim they were dragging their heels on China because they wanted to see more progress on human rights. But the reality is these Conservatives have made very little progress on human rights or anything else. With this week's trade mission, do they now admit that the best way to improve both Canada's trade mission with China and enhance their commitment to human rights is to engage with them directly and consistently at the political level?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, I would say to the member opposite, yes, our refusal to ignore human rights differs from the previous Liberal government's stance, Mr. Speaker. Today, I was very pleased to hear the Prime Minister once again speak out on behalf of Canadian values, on behalf of the values of freedom and democracy, Mr. Speaker. We believe, and our Prime Minister believes, that we can advance human rights and strengthen economic ties. That's why we've been pleased in each one of the last 4 years to see our trade with China go up in a big way, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, is there any wonder that there was so much international media attention paid to how frosty relations with China has become under this government? the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration and the Minister of Defence had previously accused the Chinese government of a massive spy ring targeting Canadian industry and individuals. Do the ministers really have any evidence that this massive spy ring, or do they now understand that this wild conservative rhetoric has undermined our relationship with China?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Today's Liberal attack is very consistent with the overall value-free foreign policy of the Liberal Party. Go along to get along, Mr. Speaker. Let's look at what the Prime Minister accomplished. He has received approved destination status, which will be a huge boost for Canadian tourism sector. Something the Liberal government failed, Mr. Speaker. We have lifted the ban on pork export, a big winner for Canadian farmers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and under the Prime Minister's leadership, we've seen greater cooperation on culture, on the environment. The member opposite should be standing in this place to celebrate the great success of the Prime Minister and Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, more Canadian observers are needed to help monitor the presidential election in Ukraine in January. The leading expert on this issue, Mr. Davidovich, says Canada should match what we did so well in 2004. In that election, beyond the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, Canada sent 500 additional observers. Now they're needed again. Ukrainian democracy is being tested. Legitimacy is crucial. Why has this government slashed Canada's support by nearly 90%?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada is supporting free and fair elections in Ukraine by deploying Canadian election observers through the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, Mr. Speaker. Because of our strong commitment to Ukraine, Canada will be sending the maximum number of observers requested by the OSCE, Mr. Speaker. The OSCE has a respected track record, Mr. Speaker, and has observed elections in Ukraine since 1998. Supporting the OSCE mission improves donor coordination and ensures effectiveness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the time is short here. The election is next month. The stakes are high. Ukraine is the only country in that region making substantial progress toward a durable democracy. Canada has the ability to help. Our 500 observers are needed. The cost is modest. A distinguished Ukrainian Canadian, like, for example, the respected Deputy Premier of Saskatchewan, the Honourable Ken Kravets, could lead that team. Canada would again be heralded on the streets of Kiev. For heaven's sakes, why not?
Bravo. Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada supports the free elections in Ukraine, the free and fair elections in Ukraine. But we must understand, Mr. Speaker, we must coordinate this with the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. And whatever they have requested, that is what Canada is supplying, Mr. Speaker. They should understand that we must coordinate this with the Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, and that is what we are doing, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Red Deer.
Mr. Speaker, during the most challenging global economic period in recent history, our Conservative government was up for the fight. Canada's Economic Action Plan is working, stimulating the economy, creating and saving jobs, and protecting those hit hardest.
Great plan.
We've already committed 97% of the plan, 12,000 projects across the country. The opposition may not like to admit it, but we're getting the job done. Can the Parliamentary Secretary inform this House what Statistics Canada reported today about job creation in Canada?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the honourable member for Red Deer for his good question, as well as his help on implementing Canada's Economic Action Plan. A plan, Mr. Speaker, that is providing positive news. For the month of November, almost 80,000 Canadians have new jobs, Mr. Speaker. That's incredible. Mr. Speaker, that brings the average after the last 4 months to 20,000 increase every month, Mr. Speaker. Our Economic Action Plan is working. We have a recession that is challenging all countries, Mr. Speaker, but we're gradually coming out of it.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Mr. Speaker, every year 100,000
women and children seek refuge in Canada from violence. When these women and children leave their shelter, they're often condemned to a life of poverty because there's a causal connection between domestic violence and poverty. Mr. Speaker, will the government commit to a coordinated effort to fight violence against women with provinces, municipalities, and First Nations? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I'd like to thank my NDP colleague for her question. As you know, yesterday the Minister of State continued to support women and announced a partnership with women's shelters in the provinces across the country to help them provide adequate services to all victims of domestic violence, and especially, Mr. Speaker, immigrant women, Aboriginal women, and women with disabilities. That's action, and this is the government that's doing this for women. The Honourable Member for Churchill.
The government should not be bragging about a small 0.1% drop in unemployment. Statistics Canada is worried because too many former full-time workers are being forced into part-time jobs, and Canada's youth are being left behind. Youth unemployment has increased almost 3%, with students facing record-high tuition fees, some of the highest student debt in Canadian history. Being unemployed means not making enough money to make it back to university or college in the next semester. When will this government stop patting themselves on the back and actually do something to get Canadian...
Order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, our economic action plan is working, and it is creating jobs, and people are moving forward, and this particular party, the NDP party, should get behind that program and vote for it, not vote against it. But with respect to students, particularly this summer, we created tens of thousands of jobs through our programs. 20 million over 2 years for Canada Summer Jobs was spent. That created over 40,000 jobs this summer alone. Wow. 15,000 for 1,000 YMCA for youth internships. We're taking practical, everyday steps to make sure more youth are employed in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Lambert. Mr. Speaker, according to Frapprou's data, 203,000 households in Quebec spend over half their income on housing. The Conservatives had promised $269 million to Quebec for housing. Although the government's action plan says this money is committed, on the ground, that money is nowhere to be seen. When will the minister give Quebec the money?
The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that we've been working with the provinces and the territories, ensuring agreements are executed, that money starts to flow as soon as that happens, and we are invoiced for that. Funding is being provided. In fact, over 50% of the funding allocated for this year has been delivered or is in the process of being delivered to provinces and territories. Money is flowing. Over 1,700 projects are underway across the country, Mr.
Excellent.
Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. Lambert. The federal minister is taking part in today's Conference of Ministers of Housing for the first time. Now she needs to come up with some new funding for social housing. Will the minister undertake to transfer the $269 million already promised to Quebec, and will she commit to longer-term funding for social housing? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, we're taking a multi-pronged approach to provide housing for Canadians. We're talking to the provinces, we're talking to territories, we're talking to communities and those that have something to do with housing, something that hasn't been done for 13 long years over the previous government. We've committed $2 billion to repair and build new social housing, $1 billion repairs and upgrades, and, Mr. Speaker, for seniors, $400 million specifically designated for them, $75 million for persons with disabilities, $400 million on First Nation reserves, $200 million in the North. Mr. Speaker, we've allocated funding right across the country to ensure that social housing is in place.
Honourable Member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, lobster fishers in Atlantic Canada are facing a disaster. After a season of low catches, collapsing prices and a high dollar, many are faced with foreclosures and bankruptcy. The program announced by the minister is inadequate. Only 1 in 5 fishers are eligible for the amount they are getting. And there's much less than the maximum of $5,000. What is the minister going to do to provide real assistance to lobster fishers faced with losing their livelihood?
Frank.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Back last spring when we met with the industry, they were very concerned about the price collapse in the lobster market. They were concerned they wouldn't even qualify for EI. So we listened, Mr. Speaker, and we responded with a modest program to assist those who were low income and who would suffer the largest revenue decline in 2008. Fair criteria was established, Mr. Speaker, and in a very short time, over $7 million has gone out to fishers in Atlantic Canada and Quebec to over more than 1,000 fishers, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sydney Victoria.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have young lobster fishers calling my office who owe hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they are ineligible for this program. Others have missed out on assistance because their catches are just a few $100s off the cut-off mark. One young couple has called my office. They have 2 young children. They are faced with a Christmas and a winter, and they're going to lose everything. Why doesn't this minister go down to the wharf to see a real disaster that's being faced by the people and the communities, not only in my riding, but ridings all across Atlantic Canada?
Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Mr. Speaker, we are investing in the lobster industry by assisting them to take measures which will benefit all of them in the long run. We are assisting with diversifying the market. We're assisting with product development. We are assisting with eco-certification and traceability. We're assisting with reorganization so they can speak with one voice. We're supporting their long-term sustainability, Mr. Speaker, so the industry can protect their future. And, Mr. Speaker, this is more money than that party ever put on the table for the lobster industry.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, on November 20th, I rose in this place and asked the Minister of Finance if he was willing to meet with representatives of Abitibi, Bowater, and CEP to hear their request for changes in federal regulations to secure the pensions of more than 25,000 Canadian forestry workers. The minister agreed to such a meeting, but only after they met with his provincial counterparts first. Those provincial meetings have now happened, so I ask today, has the minister finally met with these representatives as he said he would? And if not, is such a meeting scheduled? Will the minister be part of the solution?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did indeed answer the question positively that day and said that the Minister would meet with them, but we know how busy the Finance Minister has been in implementing Canada's Economic Action Plan, so I'm sure that the meeting will be forthcoming, Mr. Speaker. But I should remind all members of this House what this minister has done, this finance minister has done to protect the retirement income of Canadians. We will be meeting with provincial finance ministers in the Northwest Territory, or in Whitehorse at the end of the following week, and we will be discussing what provincial jurisdictions as well as the federal jurisdiction can do to make sure that we protect those incomes.
Honourable Member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Mr. Speaker, after a year of competing with the heavily subsidized U.S. forest industry, Canadian companies have finally received some funding for environmental upgrades. However, this comes with a string attached, very strict short-term deadlines to spend the money. Similarly, the City of Rossland recently received federal funding to fix the arena roof. Mr. Speaker, this money must be spent by the 31st of March 2010 in an area that receives over 20 feet of snow per year, increasing the winter cost by 20%. Mr. Speaker, why is this government imposing ridiculous deadlines instead of working with industry and communities to look at long-term practical solutions?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition can't have it both ways. In some days they get up and say the money isn't flowing quick enough, and the next moment they want to see it drawn out. We're, in our economic action plan, working aggressively to stimulate the economy, to create jobs, to create hope and create opportunity. We were pleased with the 80,000 net new jobs that were created last month, Mr. Speaker, but we're not going to celebrate. We're going to continue to work hard over the next 16 months to ensure that we fully implement the action plan and give more hope and more opportunity to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberal leader has been trying to divert attention away from his inability to lead his party, his colleagues over in the Senate were maliciously tearing apart our consumer protection bill. Mr. Speaker, that is a shame. Can the Honourable Minister of Health please inform this House and Canadian consumers what this will mean for them? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health.
I thank the member from Kitchener-Conestoga for the question. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party of Canada has hit a new low. Under the direction of the Liberal leader, Liberal senators gutted the consumer product legislation. They have shown such contempt for Canadians that with these amendments, the Department of Agriculture actually has more effective tools to protect the health of animals than Health Canada would have to protect the health of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal leader must either order his senators to stand down.
Order. The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Marine Atlantic is a vital transportation link to Newfoundland and Labrador, and Canada is obligated to provide ferry service under the terms of union. The Auditor General reports that aging assets and insufficient capacity puts it at risk of being unable to deliver. This lifeline brings half the goods into the province, including 90% of all perishable items. It's a vital trade and transportation link. When is the minister going to take serious actions on this issue, or is he waiting for a catastrophe?
Good question. Honourable the Minister of State. Sorry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, everyone in this House knows exactly what happened during the reign of the Liberals with regard to Marine Atlantic. They did absolutely nothing. Watched it fall down around its ears. We've invested over $400 million in the last 2 years in Marine Atlantic. Some more out of stimulus funding, another $9.5 million this summer. We're getting the job done for Marine Atlantic, and we're just started.
The honourable member for Saint-Bruno Saint-Hubert. Just a few days after the CN strike was called, the Minister of Labour introduced a special bill to force employees back to work and impose arbitration. Meanwhile, workers at the Museum of Civilization and the War Museum are on day 75 of their strike. They're calling for arbitration, but the minister refuses to intervene. Why the double standard? The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Decision when workers decide to go on strike. But this is a legal strike. The union recently overwhelmingly rejected the latest offer from the employer. I encourage both parties to get back to the table as soon as possible and work out their differences.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, the United States Transportation Department has imposed its first penalties in North America for tarmac delays against Continental Airlines, collecting $175,000 from 3 airlines for leaving 47 passengers stranded for 6 long hours on a plane in Rochester. This sends a signal to the rest of the United States airline industry that they must respect the rights of air travelers. Is Air Canada going to stop flying to the U.S. because of these tough new tarmac penalties? When will this government stand up for Canadian air passengers and vote for the Air Passenger Bill of Rights?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for the question. Mr. Speaker, obviously we care significantly about Canadian families who experience delays, particularly at the holidays, over the holidays, Mr. Speaker. We've also got to look at the Canadians who live in rural areas. We've got to look at Canadians who live in need these important air services, Mr. Speaker. Look at what the Montreal Gazette said about his bill. Our air industry is financially fragile at the very best of times, which they are not. Altogether, this bill strikes us as unwise. I totally agree with the Montreal Gazette, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Northeast.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister and Finance Minister delivered our government's 4th reports to Canadians on the state of our economy. Canadians should be proud of the fact that our strong economic record in these days, tough times, is making Canada the envy of the world.
Hear, hear, hear.
Can the Minister for Transport, Infrastructure and Communities update this House and all Canadians on the progress we have made and how we are helping Canadians coast to coast to coast combat the effect of global recession? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Obviously, job creation is the government's top priority. That's why we have Canada's Economic Action Plan. We were very pleased with the 80,000 net new jobs that were created in November, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we do see south of the border, the United States lost 11,000 jobs. This is the 23rd straight month of job losses in the United States. That shows you that Canada is standing firm, that our economic action plan is working, and the partnerships that we have with the provincial and territorial governments and municipalities on rolling out infrastructure is making a big difference, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Mr. Speaker, on November 26th, the Ethics Commissioner
reported that there was clear evidence to launch a full inquiry into the ethical misconduct of the Minister of Natural Resources. Now we learn that the directors of the board have doctored approved board minutes allegedly to cover up political interference and gross mismanagement. The Transport Minister, who is accountable for this federal agency, also continues to refuse to take action. But under Section 41(1) of the Marine Act, he has the authority to call for an independent special examination. Will he do that now, or will he continue this shameful cover-up?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The Commissioner has made no such determination of ethical misconduct. She's conducting an examination of the matter, and I'll trust her to do that job. With respect to the Marine Act, these special examinations are required every 5 years, and one will be done this year.
That will conclude question period for today. Now prepared to rule on the point of order raised on Tuesday, December the 2nd, 2009 by the Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth regarding the tabling of a document by the Minister of Finance. The Honourable Member argued that the document should have been tabled in the House. He acknowledged, however, that the document in question had been filed with the Clerk on Tuesday, December the 1st, 2009. Indeed, in responding to the point of order, the Government House Leader read the excerpt of the journals of that day, where the tabling is noted at page 1115. La procédure
Procedure and Usage of the House of Commons, second edition, page 421 states, and I quote, the standing order also allows as a alternate solution that when a minister tables before the Clerk of the House documents required under legislation or statute or an order of the House or a standing order, that's what is called in English a backdoor tabling. The choice of method of tabling used for the document is at the entire discretion of the minister, end of quotation.
The document in question was tabled pursuant to an order of the House made February the 3rd, 2009. I am informed that it was filed at 5:20 p.m. However novel the lock-up on the Prime Minister's aircraft may seem, I must conclude that there has been no breach of our procedures since the actual tabling of the document here at the House of Commons was entirely in keeping with our practice. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday during question period, I directly quoted from a document signed by the Minister of Finance, and I feel honour-bound to table that document, and I ask the House's permission to do so.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre of the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? Oh, there is no consent. Okay, then we'll proceed with tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 10 petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, under the provisions of Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages copies of the 2007-2008 Annual Report of the Labrador Inuit Land Claims Agreement Implementation Coordinating Committee.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Bills. Mr. Hill for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Taves, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Excise Tax Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Hill pour Monsieur
Mr. Hill for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mr. Taves, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
Deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Quand ce projet de loi se...
When will this bill be read a second time?
À la prochaine...
At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of government bills.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to the supplementary estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2010, and reports the same.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting reports from committees.
Of private members' bills. Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, because there was no customary Thursday question, I didn't get the chance to respond laying out business for the next week. There's a couple of items that I think it is important to alert colleagues on both sides of the House about, and therefore I would like to designate Monday, December 7th as the day to complete the debate on the motion to concur in the 8th report of the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans. And also, Mr. Speaker, I would like to advise that December 10th shall be the last allotted day in this supply period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion?
Motions.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last evening I received a communication from a Nortel retiree who is very distraught at the circumstances she finds herself in now, being disabled and not being able to collect benefits. Mr. Speaker, this petition from representing Nortel retirees and other beneficiaries want to call upon Parliament to amend the Company Creditors Arrangement Act and Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act to protect the rights of Canadian employees and to ensure that employees laid off by a company who are receiving a pension or long-term disability benefits during bankruptcy proceedings obtain preferred creditor status over other unsecured creditors. They're also asking that the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act be amended to ensure that employee-related claims are paid from the proceeds of Canadian asset sales before funds are permitted to leave the country. Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a very important issue for us to consider, and I hope that the government will heed their petition.
Presenting petition, the Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is perhaps no more hated word in British Columbia right now than the harmonized sales tax. And these petitioners, Madam Speaker, from Conservative ridings in Surrey and Delta and Richmond are saying that given that this is an incredibly unfair, profoundly unfair tax shift, that this comes at a time, the harmonized sales tax, when Canadians are struggling to pay their bills, particularly British Columbians, Madam Speaker, these petitioners from Conservative ridings are saying no to the HST, and they are calling on the Government of Canada to rescind the HST. Madam Speaker, I deposit this petition in their name.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for McLeod.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to present a petition on behalf of the constituents of McLeod. The signatories believe that animals feel pain and can suffer, and that efforts should be made to prevent animal cruelty and reduce animal suffering. Therefore, this petition requests that the Government of Canada support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a petition here for the government to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Whereas there's scientific consensus and public acknowledgement that animals can feel pain and can suffer, all efforts should be made to prevent animal cruelty and reduce animal suffering. And this petition is presented by the constituents of my riding, and they're asking the Government of Canada to support a universal declaration on animal welfare. Thanks so much.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising to present two petitions to the House. The first is a petition in support of the enactment of Bill C-368 to impose an immediate ban on the further use of cosmetic pesticides. Consistent with the precautionary principle, I would remind the House that the Supreme Court of Canada has held that Canada is bound by the precautionary principle, and that until their use and consequences are proven safe, they should be banned from use. My second petition, Madam Speaker, is a petition from residents in British Columbia and Alberta, from Canadian Grandmothers for Africa, and I'm pleased to say that there's a very strong contingent of the grandmothers in my riding and across Alberta. They are seeking the House to give support to the immediate setting of a timetable to meet by 2015, just less than 5 years from now. Its 40-year-old promise to contribute 0.7% of our GNI to development assistance and contribute its fair share to the global fight against AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, and to make the necessary legislative change for Canada's access to medicines, a good step along the way that we've made just this past week. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's the Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I have three petitions to present today. The first one on behalf of constituents. They're calling on the speedy passage of Bill C-442, which was introduced earlier by my friend from Hamilton Mountain. It's an act to establish the Office of the Oil and Gas Ombudsman to investigate complaints relating to the business practices of suppliers of oil or gas, particularly apropos right now, Madam Speaker, of course, because of the hated sales tax that's coming in and being presented, I guess, by what you might call the axis of taxes. So, Madam Speaker, there are 10 pages or so signed by constituents on that one. The second petition, Madam Speaker, involves the same thing because they're calling on the government to give speedy passage to this bill because it creates a meaningful vehicle through which average Canadians' complaints about the oil and gas industry will be taken seriously, with mechanisms for investigation and remediation to further help consumers fight the gas price squeeze, which will be more next year, of course, with the HST, 8% more in Ontario and British Columbia. Madam Speaker, my third petition is signed by residents of Canada, right across Canada, and it calls on the government to ensure that Canada immediately sets a timetable to meet its 40-year-old promise to contribute 0.7% of our gross national income to development assistance. So, Madam Speaker, I'm very pleased to stand in the House and present these today.
Presenting petitions.
Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm proud to rise in this House today and present a petition on behalf of citizens all across British Columbia, and in particular the Lower Mainland of British Columbia, calling for the independent judicial inquiry into the salmon crisis. Madam Speaker, we know that 9 million sockeye salmon have disappeared during this summer's migration to the Fraser River. This is the lowest level in 50 years. We know that this crisis, which is similar in magnitude to the East Coast cod collapse, which devastated the economy in the Atlantic Canada, threatens to affect the way of life and livelihoods of West Coast communities up and down our coast, First Nations, recreational fishers, commercial fisheries, and businesses. Madam Speaker, as a result of this devastating threat, our entire ecosystem is also put in jeopardy. So these petitioners are urgently calling on the government to get on with establishing the independent judicial inquiry and explore all the facts, consult with all the scientists and stakeholders, and to determine what went wrong with our salmon so that we can take action to ensure that we have a healthy, sustainable salmon fishery in British Columbia.
Présentation de pétition. The Honourable
Presenting petitions.
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very proud to present a petition signed by hundreds of citizens from Newfoundland who add their voice to those from across Canada, from coast to coast to coast, who are opposed to the Canada-Colombia Free Trade Agreement. Newfoundlanders understand as well as everyone else in Canada that this is an embarrassment to our nation in terms of the values that we hold, that the kind of human rights violations we see in Colombia would in any way lead this country to enter into some kind of a preferred trade agreement is something that Canadians reject, and this petition from one of our important coasts reflects that it is a truly national reflection that Canadians do not want this Canada Free Trade Agreement.
Presenting petition. L'Honourable.
The Honourable Member for Nickelbelt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Present this petitions from Canadians, and the petition reads, we the undersigned, residents of Canada, petition the House of Commons to ensure that Canada immediately set a timetable to meet by 2015 its 40-year-old promise to contribute 0.7% of our gross national income to development assistance and contribute its fair share to the Global Fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. Example, 5% of the funding needed for each of the next 5 years, and make the legislation changes necessary for Canada's access to medicine regime to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of low-cost generic medicine to developing countries. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today on a petition that's signed by hundreds of folks in British Columbia to talk about what's happened to the collapse of the sockeye salmon run. You know, history teaches us many lessons, Madam Speaker. One would think that this government and the folks in the Department of Fisheries will learn from the collapse of the cod fishery in Atlantic Canada. If we're doomed to repeat our failures of the past, Madam Speaker, we won't fix the fisheries industries. And it seems to me at this particular time we have failed both the East Coast and now we've failed the West Coast when it comes to the fisheries. What we need to do and what these petitioners are saying is we need an independent judicial inquiry under the Federal Inquiries Act to find out what went wrong, because clearly we didn't learn any lessons from before. We tell our children that we should always learn the lessons of the past, and we haven't done this now, so clearly we need help to get it done. Let's get on, call the inquiry, and make sure this doesn't happen again.
I just want to remind members of Parliament that the presenting petition is not a speech, and petitions shouldn't be read verbatim. For your information, for the information of members, presenting petition. There's presenting petition, the honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am rising today to present a petition that calls for an independent judicial inquiry into the salmon crisis. We had 9 million salmon disappear this summer in the Fraser River. It's the lowest return in 50 years. There's hundreds of people that have spoken out and have signed this petition calling for the judicial inquiry, and they want action now to save our BC salmon. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
For Langley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two petitions. The first one being on the long gun registry. It says that the registry originally was budgeted to cost Canadians $2 million, but the price tag spiraled out of control to an estimated $2 billion a decade later. The registry has not saved one single life since it was introduced. We're calling upon the House of Commons to support legislation that will cancel the long gun registry and streamline the Firearms Act. The second petition, Madam Speaker, is again from constituents in the Fraser Valley area. It says that Canada is a country which respects human life and includes in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms that everyone has the right to life. They're calling upon Parliament to pass legislation for the protection of human life from the time of conception until natural death. Thank you.
Presenting petitions.
Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And millions of people are dying needlessly in Africa from treatable diseases such as HIV and AIDS, TB, and malaria. And in sub-Saharan Africa, HIV and AIDS crisis has been made worse by extreme poverty in the country and lack of antiviral drugs that are causing people to bury their adult children and raise their orphan grandchildren. Development assistance and antiretroviral drugs offer people with AIDS and HIV the chance to live healthy, productive lives. Madam Speaker, this petition demands three things. Immediately set a timetable to meet by 2015 its 40-year-old promise to contribute 0.7% of our gross national income to developmental assistance, and number two, contribute its fair share to the global fund to fight AIDS, TB, and malaria. For example, 5% of the funding needed for each year the next 5 years. And number three, make the legislative changes necessary for Canada's access to medicines regime to facilitate the immediate and sustainable flow of lower-cost generic medicines to developing countries. In fact, that's what we've been dealing with in this Parliament just this past week. Thank you.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Chief Government Lead.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q480 and Q527. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if questions number 4, Q468, 482, 498, 503, 504, and 513 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number 468, 482, 498, 503, 504, and 513 be made orders of return and that they be tabled immediately? Agreed. Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thanks once again, Madam Speaker. Lastly, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-56, the Fairness for Self-Employed Act.
Resuming debate, the Honourable... That's right. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South has 5 minutes left. Oh, 5 minutes in questions and comments. Okay. The Honourable Member for St. John South Mount Pearl, finally.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could explain his concerns about the Quebec premium.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thought it would, it's an excellent question because it really is probably the only issue that has been raised in third reading debate of concern to honourable members. The members will know that this particular bill extends special benefits under employment insurance to Canadians, and that those premiums have to be established relative to the value of those special benefits, such as maternity leave or sickness or compassionate leave, etc. The problem is, Madam Speaker, that in the province of Quebec, some of these benefits are already provided under provincial programs and therefore paid for by the residents of Quebec already. And as a consequence, the remaining benefits that they would be eligible to opt in to receive under the EI will in fact be less than the benefits that all other Canadians will in all the other provinces. So the current premium rates that Quebecers pay on EI, the EI system salaried employees, is actually already lower now than it is in the rest of Canada because the provincial program provides benefits. If you have this new provision where they can get the self-employed workers can now get some of these special benefits, you would think that the premium levels that are paid in Quebec for these self-employed workers to participate would be less than the rest of Canada on a pro rata basis, or reflective of the economic value of the additional benefits that they were going to receive. Based on what happened at committee, Madam Speaker, there seemed to be some haste to get things done. There were some questions raised about the apparent discrepancy or inequity of the premium structure for Quebec, but it didn't get resolved at committee. And now we find ourselves at third reading. I raised in debate, Madam Speaker, that there are some options. We could send the bill back to committee to look at it carefully. We could allow the Senate, pass it here at third reading, allow the Senate to look into the questions that have been raised. Or else we can just, since there is a 1-year period over which no benefits can be derived under this, that the government would at least undertake to make a review of this and, if necessary, bring forward amending legislation. The government is simply interested in speedy passage of the bill. Madam Speaker, I think, first of all, we have to have fairness and equity before we have speed.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona has a question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I did want to follow up on what the member for Mississauga South had to say, and also, remind him, and he already knows, that this is in fact a voluntary program, and it would be better to get as much of the arrangements out of the way in this House first before the bill goes on to the Senate. But at the end of the day, if the program doesn't have a lot of uptake in the province of Quebec, for example, we're going to have to find out why, and we're going to have to make adjustments at that one point. And I did point out to the member before that in fact that in light of the fact that Quebec does have some of the programs that would be included in this offer, that they have in fact had a reduction in their premiums for the last little while. So to me, it's an optional program, and I don't see why the Bloc would not understand that it's if people don't participate in it,
it's obvious that they were right in the first place, that the rates were too high, but at least give the people the option.
Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Madam Speaker, the member seems to argue that because Quebecers already have a lower premium rate than the rest of Canada on the salaried side now, that they're getting some sort of an inappropriate benefit. Well, Madam Speaker, the fact that the Quebecers pay through their Quebec provincial taxes for benefits provided by the Quebec provincial government, they don't need the coverage provided under the EI system federally. And therefore, the only benefits that they're getting are the ones that they don't have. And therefore, their premium rate is lower currently. If you now apply that system to self-employed workers, similarly, you would expect that the differential between what Quebec pays now for salaried employees and what the rest of the provinces pay should be also reflected in the others.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and want to thank the member for Mississauga South for his final comments. I think we can get into some of the issues a little deeper regarding the system as it applies in Quebec. The member should know that in the Quebec system it's mandatory, whereas this is an optional program that the government is brought in, and that will lead us to some other issues about whether or not this particular system can in fact be self-financing, and whether or not further down the road the government may have to make this program mandatory for self-employed individuals, because part of the process of making it optional allows a certain amount of selecting against the program. And when you have, if that were to happen and people selected against the program, then they would only sign in when in fact they knew they were going to be making a claim. On that basis, it will definitely lose money. It will not be able to run on a break-even basis by any means. And so at a future point, they may have to look at making the program mandatory. But you know, at this point in time, we are just happy to get this legislation to this point. I mean, I admit that this particular legislation, or the idea, was part of the NDP campaign in the last election. It was also part of the Conservative campaign in the last election. So the timing couldn't be better for those two parties to get a piece of legislation that both of their constituencies appreciated and wanted, getting it to the fore. Now, Madam Speaker, there are an explosion of self-employed people in this country over the last number of years. I think we all grew up at a time when self-employed individuals were rather rare. When I was going to school, I don't recall very many people at all who were self-employed. Almost everybody that I knew was, working on railways. There were farmers, and farmers are definitely self-employed. But the compared to what we have now, in terms of the number of self-employed people, I don't think that there was no comparison whatsoever. So it stands to reason that as the number of self-employed Canadians is increased, and we now, as of 2008, have some 2.6 million Canadians reporting income from self-employment. For a large majority, and for a large majority of them, it's the sole source of their income. The share of self-employed in the labor force now has been relatively stable over the past decade at 15%, and I dispute that figure. I'm not certain that that's the case. I think, in fact, the number of self-employed people actually increases year by year, And, you know, people have this romantic idea that somehow, you know, if they become self-employed, they become their own boss and they get to deduct their all of the inputs, the expenses that they incur attempting to earn income, and that in actual fact they will throw off the chains associated with you know, a wage job, and will be better off for it. Well, the statistics are rather grim, Madam Speaker. The fact of the matter is that you know, small businesses, a very large percentage of them fail within the first 5 years, and those that continue beyond 5-year mark, many of them into their 10 and 20-year mark, if they're still in existence, are basically just living hand to mouth, just making their meeting their expenses. And the bottom line is that they, by and large, do it because that's what they're used to doing, or because they find what they're doing self-fulfilling. And perhaps they have that optimism that things will get better, like the farmers of this country. There will always be a better year to come. Next year will be better than this year. So that is certainly one group, and a large group of self-employed people in this country. But we have another group, and I don't know what percentage of the total 2.6 million they might be, but it's a substantial group of people who have become self-employed not by their own choice. They became self-employed because their companies went bankrupt. Their companies left town and moved to Mexico and left them here. And so they had no choice but to as the right-wing conservatives are always prone to say, you know, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And that's what they've had to do. And so they have become part of that self-employed group as well. There are other people who have, by mutual agreement, become self-employed. They have worked for their companies for a period of time, and they've decided to retire from their company, and then, in fact, they come back and work for that company in a self-employed capacity. The income tax department accepts that as long as they are earning income from more than one employer, so they have to find another one or two people to pay them, and they cannot be taking direction from any one employer, so they need a contract to be drawn up to indicate that they are truly self-employed people, that they are servicing more than one client, and that they're not taking directions from the client. And on that basis, they are able to deduct their expenses. And the tax department, of course, are very suspicious about arrangements like this, and they are very vigilant, and they watch very closely that people are not just simply leaving their employer because of an agreement with that employer to, well, you simply leave my employment, I'll keep paying you, you keep doing the same job you were doing for me, and that way I escape paying the benefits, and you get to be a self-employed person and deduct all your expenses, your travel, your basement office, and all sorts of other things. So the tax department is, you know, aware that these things can happen, and they are on top of it as such. Now, this group of self-employed people, and the picture I'm painting here is that as a group, they're not the millionaires that lots of people think they are. I mean, just because they're tagged as self-employed doesn't mean they're earning, you know, double the money of salaried employees. In fact, it's sort of, in some cases, they're even earning less. So These people have a tough time of it, and now they have to go out and make a go of it for themselves. And what they find out there is they're not eligible for a lot of the benefits they were getting as a salaried employee. They may have had a pension plan. They may have had a group plan. They may have had, they were covered under workers' compensation. They were covered under the EI system that gave them these benefits. And now they find themselves out there without these benefits. And that is why the business organizations have been lobbying the political parties. I personally haven't been lobbied, but I know that there has been a lot of lobbying going on to try to convince them to get on side with this particular issue. And once again, we're not offering full EI benefits here. We're only offering the extra benefits, the compassionate care, and the extra benefits that the maternity benefits, the parental adoption benefits, the sickness benefits. Those benefits are the only ones that are being operated under this program. And I know my office will be getting phone calls from self-employed people over the next number of weeks, and people will say, well, I heard your speech in Parliament, or I read your speech, and when can I apply for my unemployment insurance benefits? And of course, that's not part of this system. And furthermore, it's not a mandatory program. We know that Quebec has a extremely good. I'm very, very proud of Quebec for having anti-scab legislation since the days of René Lévesque. They have a daycare system. I believe it's $5 a day, $7 a day, best in the country. It's no surprise to me that they have some of these compassionate care benefits provided by their province. But those are mandatory benefits. They are required. Everyone in the province is required to contribute. What we have here is a voluntary system. People do not have to sign in. And so if you want to try this system out and you're a resident of Quebec, you can sign up. If you don't feel that you're going to benefit by the program, you don't sign up. Anywhere in the country, the self-employed people can look to the private insurance market for these sort of benefits. And let me tell you that I haven't met a life insurance agent yet who wasn't very eager to sell people products. And if there is a way for them to find out to do it, they will certainly do it. And a lot of people are self-employed people now, go to Blue Cross and they buy, benefits for their families. And maybe 10 or 15 years ago, you couldn't even do it. It just wasn't available because insurance companies were only interested in large groups. You had to have a group of 50, a group of 100 before they would give you quotes on benefits, because that's the only way the insurance company could actually make money, because they need a large pool from which to work. But over time, we've seen that the market has segmented itself, and now we found companies that were available to give quotes on groups of 10 people and then became 5 people. But the reality was that your rates are a lot higher because, once again, they don't have the pool to work with. And they also know that, particularly when it comes to dental plans, that the companies get selected against. That people join the plan when their teeth are not in good shape, and of course they hit the plan big time the first year, so that the group plan can sustain that when they've got 500 employees. They can take on new employees. They can pay for all these dental benefits in the first year. Once they're paid, they're done. So they'll recoup their cost over the next 10 years that the people are in the plan. So that is known as selecting against the company. And so if you know you're going to become pregnant and you sign up on the program, then automatically the company knows it's going to be paying out the benefits. And so you can't possibly make money in a system like that. And that's why I found it just amazing that somehow the government thinks that it's going to be able to have a voluntary program where basically it's going to get selected against on a constant basis, and then if people don't, if people don't draw the benefits, they can get out of the system. Otherwise, they have to stay in forever. But, a lot of companies aren't going to last forever. So what you're going to see here, I don't know what the uptake's going to be in the first place, but let's say it's reasonable. We're going to find that the system is going to lose money, and they're going to have to make a decision after 2 or 3 years to go with a mandatory program, right? They're going to have to do that. Or, they're going, and the liberal critic actually is closer to the truth here than maybe even she knows, because she was talking about her experiences at committee and how they had an actuary come in, and they were questioning the actuary because I haven't been able to get information from the government about what his projections are. You'd think that they're bringing in a government program, they would have projections about how many people they expect to uptake on the program, what all the projections that they're going to be, the rollout of the program, and we ask them questions and I could get nothing from them. So this sounds to me like it's sort of like a wing and a prayer that they're operating on here. They're going to roll out this program with lots of their advertising and get as much bang for the buck as they can and tell people, well, it'll be good old conservative economics, sort of Grant Divine economics, but conservative economics here, that this system is going to be self-sustaining, when they know that's not what's going to happen. They're going to get selected against in the early going big time. They're going to have losses. And then they're going to have to come around and say, well, we're going to have to then make it mandatory. And that's something that we'll deal with when the time comes. The point is, it's a good program. It's a good idea. And we have to ease our way into it. And that's why I suggest with the Bloc that they should have a little more patience on this issue as well. Because once again, this is voluntary. There's nobody saying that people in Quebec have to buy into the program. But why should the Bloc say as a party, you can't do it? We're not going to give you the option. We're not going to give you the option at all. No, they should be saying, no, here's an option. We as the Bloc recommend you don't do it because premiums are too high or whatever the reasons you feel there are, and try to make improvements to the program. That would be the most sensible thing to do, in my opinion. But to just go and say, well, we don't like what we see of it so far, we're going to vote, we're voting against it because we don't want to even give you the option, and we feel there's not enough redeeming features to the program that it can't be changed, then I don't think that's necessarily the best approach. But, once again, I'm not in charge of the Bloc. And, the fact of the matter is they do have a good system in Quebec. We certainly admit that. They do have, their government is on the ball there, as they are in a lot of other issues, social issues, and they have brought in a system that works well for them. So all I know is that my notes do say that with regard to Quebec, that they have an adjustment made for the fact that since 2006, Madam Speaker, the Quebec Parental Insurance Plan, the QPIP, provides maternity, paternity, parental, and adoption benefits available to all workers, salaried or self-employed. Participation is mandatory. There is no voluntarism there at all on these programs. And it says, with this measure, Quebec self-employed will be eligible to opt in to claim sickness and compassionate care benefits currently that are unavailable through the QPIP. So QPIP offers some of the benefits, but not all of them. Then they say Quebec self-employed who opt in would pay the same premium rate as Quebec paid workers, 1.36% in 2010, which is reduced to account for the existence of the QPIP. So that tells me there's an adjustment there. If that's not true, then I've certainly apologized to the to the members for misrepresenting those facts, because, you know, I want to be on their side on this issue, and I think that they should just be giving this program a proper hearing. And I don't think it's good for their political prospects in Quebec either to be told when the other party starts sending out all the you know, their materials to the artists in Quebec, saying, you know, the Bloc had an option. The Bloc had an option to give you these benefits, and they said no. Or the self-employed real estate agents in Quebec. You know, what are they gonna say when they get their little letter from the Liberal Party or the Conservative Party saying, you know, there was a program here that you could have participated in, but no, it was taken away from you because your MPs voted against. I mean, we all know what the Conservatives are doing with their 10%ers and how they personalize it, so I can just imagine what sort of write-ups we're going to see on this program. But I have to tell the members, the government members, that what goes around comes around, and we can come up with some real good 10%ers on their vote against the Air Passenger Bill of Rights that are going to look every bit as good in their ridings as those gun.
Order. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Prince George Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite from the NDP for and his party for supporting this great bill. It's a landmark bill, as I talked about earlier, and I guess Madam Speaker, if I may mention, because this is all about, you know, jobs and employment. Did we mention that there was 80,000 new jobs created in Canada in the month of November, and it's 5 times as many that were expected. And you know what, Madam Speaker, a lot of those jobs will be because of the small and medium-sized business, self-employed business owners who deserve to have a program like this to draw on for their benefits. And I'm sorry to say, with all due respect to the Bloc, I think that their argument is simply more about politics than this program, this legislation itself. And the reason I say that, Madam Speaker, is because the more they see their fortunes slipping in Quebec as a separatist party, and they see the resurgence of the Conservative Party in Quebec, and it becomes a political threat, the more they're going to argue against good conservative legislation like this bill. And they should be ashamed of themselves playing politics with a bill that's going to help the self-employed in their province.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and that's a real tough question that the member asked me here. But I will say I think if there is a fundamental flaw in the program, it's the whole issue of it being a voluntary program. I mean, the point is that as I mentioned, the Liberal critic seemed to be onto something when she said, well, you know, we went to committee. And we went to committee, we had the actuaries there. And the actuaries keep saying that this thing can't possibly, you know, be self-sustaining on a voluntary basis. And that's all because of being selected against, that people will join it when they know they're on the verge of making a claim. It just makes sense. It would happen, it would be like an insurance company where you knew you were going to die in a month, and you went out and bought $1 million insurance policy. Well, that's called selecting against the company, and that's not. There are procedures in place to make sure that doesn't happen. So you solve the problem by having it mandatory, and the Quebec program is a mandatory program. And I'm not saying we go there right now. We have to move one step at a time. This is a good bill for this time. It's a first. We have to support it. But I think over time, we're going to find that it's not going to be self-sustaining, as they say, and that
As there are many people standing up, I'd like to give more time for questions. L'Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to part of my NDP colleague's speech, and he kept coming back to the same argument that it really doesn't matter if Quebec workers lose out on this if they're paying a 3 times higher premium than others because it's not mandatory. So they can just opt out of the program and they won't be taken to the cleaners. I'd like to just put a hypothesis, an assumption to my colleague. If the premium in the Atlantic from now on were to be 3 times higher than everyone else's, but it wouldn't be mandatory anymore for EI, would your answer be the same?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. The point here is that it's a voluntary program. It's as simple as that. If people look, if across the country, across Canada, if there is no uptake in this program, the Conservatives are going to have an embarrassment on their hands. They're going to have to explain why nobody took up the program. If they get selected against and the program loses millions of dollars, we'll be holding them accountable and say, what kind of an incompetent government could have conceived of a program that came up with so many losses in the first year or the second year of the program? And that's why at this point, we have to, at a certain point, accept the figures that we're given. And we are taking their figures, but we just say that it stands to reason that unless you have huge numbers joining up, you are going to be looking at losses, and then you're going to have to be looking at making the plan.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member needs to go back and look at what the bill does. When he said people are, he's concerned about whether it's going to be self-sustaining, and he says, well, when people think they're going to be ready to use it, they're going to just opt in and get the benefit. But the bill does say you have to be in for a full year before you even qualify for any benefit. So I don't know. Maybe he has to read the bill again. The issue here has nothing to do with whether it's voluntary or not. It's all going to be part of the EI, the new EI Commission. All premiums go into the pool, all benefits come out. And that's the way it is. You cannot say whether it's voluntary or whatever, that's going to matter. The issue here that's been raised by a number of members is whether or not fairness and equity has been achieved in terms of the prescribed premiums. And it appears, based on what exists now and what is proposed, the differential has gone askew. It's out of line, and that's the issue. So I'd ask the member if he would please make sure he understands it's voluntary, but you just can't opt in when you get sick.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Madam Speaker, well, the member should listen to his own critic. She was the one who was bringing up these questions last week because she had gone to committee and she had talked to the actuary. And the actuary was bringing up these questions, and she was saying, well, this is a little bit confusing to me, but obviously she should have gotten advice from the member for Mississauga South because he would have got her straightened away on this issue. The fact of the matter is that this is a party, the Liberal Party, that stole $56 billion from the EI program, put it into general revenues to...
Order. I would like to remind the honourable member, that the use of words stole is, I would like to ask him to withdraw that word. It's unparliamentary.
Wasn't sure what the word was, but my colleague from Edmonton said transferred.
The questions and comments, the honourable member for Vancouver East. A quick question.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think the member from Elmwood-Transcona made the point very well that these EI changes are so long overdue, and I know New Democrats have called for years for these changes to be brought about to help self-employed people with employment insurance. And it strikes me that this is a much bigger issue in terms of social programs generally, and I wonder if the member would comment on the fact that it's been the NDP that has been the champion of trying to make sure that these programs are actually there for Canadians, whether it's EI or childcare or social housing or our healthcare system. We're so far behind on everything.
Honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
That is, in fact, an excellent question. We had a Liberal government in power for a 13-year period who never came up with a solution like this, when in fact the numbers of self-employed people were growing at huge rates. You know, it's funny that it took, at the end of the day, a Conservative government and minority and an NDP opposition to actually put this together. And that is maybe why the Liberal Party is so sour at this time of year over an issue like this.
Questions and comments, l'honorable.
The honourable member for...
C'est qui encore? Peterborough.
Peterborough.
A very quick question. There's 1 minute left, so 30
Thank you
seconds.
very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member from Mississauga South raises an awful lot of cautions and concerns. He says he's been here 16 plus years and he wouldn't want to rush this kind of legislation. I mean, we need to really consider these things, give them a lot of thought. How much longer than 16 plus years do you think we should consider legislation like that? I'd like to know.
The honourable member has 30 seconds to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And as my colleague, our House Leader, has said, that this legislation is long overdue. It's time we got with it and brought it in as soon as possible. Let's get it through that Senate. Let's hope the Liberals don't tinker with it over there. Get it into law so people can start realizing the benefits of our hard work here.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've heard some things that were quite out of the ordinary today and felt it important for me to express myself on this bill. You know, Madam Speaker, in my previous life, I was an expert accountant, and I was also self-employed. And since 1974, when I began working, and since 1978, when I was self-employed, I've been a specialist in accounting. And I've done the books and done tax returns for a lot of self-employed workers. And you know, there are companies, even solely owned companies, they're not necessarily incorporated, but we've seen over time how EI in Canada, which was originally unemployment insurance, how it dealt with employers, whether self-employed or small businesses, that hired their spouse and had them pay into EI. Back then, what happened was, if the inspectors, the unemployment insurance inspectors, back then the UI inspectors, showed up to inspect the company's books and saw that the wife or the husband worked for the same company and wasn't paying into EI or UI, they were then asked to contribute. And if a spouse worked for the company of the self-employed worker, and then if business soured and the spouse ended up claiming UI, the inspector would come and say, no, you weren't even entitled to pay in because there were standards that applied to spouses before they could qualify. And often it wasn't until the person was unemployed that they found out. So each situation had to be assessed case by case. And when I was advising people either that they should be insurable or no, they shouldn't be, I always managed, despite the intentions, I would say the evil intentions of the UI inspectors, I always managed to carry the day. And that leads me to see how the Conservatives operate around the EI system. And the Bloc has constantly asked for major changes in policy around EI. The Conservative government tries to dress the program up a little bit here and there, but they're doing things that don't make sense. It makes no sense at all, in fact. For example, in the current economic climate, when we called for the elimination of the 2-week waiting period, they said, no, we'll just tack it onto the end. Well, that's not the same as having it up front. After that, they accuse us of voting against a number of their EI reforms. Well, listen, Madam Speaker, their proposals never make sense. And here today, they introduce a bill that obviously would provide for special additional benefits for the self-employed. Obviously, the Bloc can only agree in principle with this kind of bill to help the self-employed. We, in fact, had asked for them to have access to EI exactly as if they were wage earners.
So we did agree with the bill at the beginning. We agreed in principle with the notion behind the bill, and now we're given a program for which we aren't clear about the intentions. But if you take a look at the figures, for example, and you do an in-depth analysis, you get a better understanding. We know that the government intended this program to be voluntary. There's been the New Democratic Party, who are the ardent proponents of equality and fairness. They believe that the Bloc needs to change its mind so that all members vote in favour of this bill. And then they mentioned that it is voluntary and not a mandatory system. But what I'd like to say to the New Democratic Party members is that, well, if Quebecers don't want this, and it's even though it's on a voluntary basis, well, you're implementing a social policy on a voluntary basis. Now, that's all well and good. So I can't say that there's an attempt to intentionally steal from them, but there is definitely an intent to exploit them. If you ask Quebecers, if tomorrow morning the majority of Quebecers opted into this program and they paid the $1.36 amount, well, then they would be funding the rest of Canada for this insurance coverage, at least for compassionate care and sickness benefits. Now, why would the responsibility fall to Quebecers in this regard? Even though the Conservatives said to us earlier, well, this is petty partisan politics that the Bloc is engaging in, and the Conservatives wanted to take hold of Quebec and have more strongholds, but they're really looking through rose-coloured glasses, I think. There's not a single Quebecer that wants the rest of Canada to exploit Quebec in such a substantial way as under this special benefits program, including compassionate care and parental and leave. Now, the chief actuary for a number of years in fact suited them in his calculations. He was the one that made the calculations to reduce premium rates, and they bragged that premium rates were cut, but there were also cuts being made to the benefits themselves. So here the Conservatives are finding themselves in a position to say, well, we can do something positive for the self-employed. Perhaps, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, you wanted to address the caucus behind me. I'm not sure Anyway, I've perhaps lost track of what I was saying, but I certainly haven't lost track of my anger with respect to the Conservative Party. It's absolutely aberrant what they're trying to do here. As I said earlier, they want to take this opportunity to at least give a semblance of really helping the self-employed. This is the self-employed play a strategic and crucial role in the Quebec and Canadian economies. Now, in Quebec, you've got to bear in mind that we already cover some of these benefits, including maternity and provincial leave benefits. This costs about 86 cents, and if you add the additional cost from the federal program, then it does indeed add up. So other Canadians will pay $1.73. Now, that looks a bit fishy, doesn't it? Yes, it is a bit fishy. But perhaps it's because Quebec is a little bit more progressive than the rest of Canada, and that means that there are programs that are better suited to Quebecers, such as the maternity and parental leave programs. But I just don't understand how a Conservative member from outside Quebec will be able to explain this to Quebecers. Quite clearly, Quebecers, Madam Speaker, would perhaps like to opt into this kind of program, but when they're told that they're going to have to pay not only their fair share, but also the rest of Canada's share, well, the actuary assessed it at 41 cents, and then you've got $1.36. That's approximately 3 times more. So for every self-employed individual that opts into this insurance program, well, they would be paying for 3 Canadian workers at the end of the day. So I hadn't thought all the way through what I was saying, but perhaps that means that 1 Quebecer is worth 4 Canadians, but I don't know about that. Anyway, so we represent, we account for 25% of the population, and we don't deserve to pay more than other Canadians. Now, I'm completely aghast when I think that one single federal member from Quebec would be in favour of exploiting the self-employed in Quebec. I'm just aghast, and I'm convinced that the New Democrats from Quebec, for example, the member for Outremont, is going to vote against this legislation, because surely he would never voluntarily be willing to say to the self-employed in Quebec, well, yes, voluntarily you can be you can be shortchanged if you opted to this insurance program. Would the member for Outremont really stand up and say to Quebecers, this is insurance that quite clearly exploits you, but I'm going to vote for it anyway? Is there a fundamental problem in his way of conceiving of the notion of justice? Now, in respect of the notion of fairness and justice, I'd like to commend the member for Mississauga South's contribution. That member and other members of the bloc have said that we need to go further than this. We shouldn't throw in the towel just because we're at third reading stage. There are things that need to be clarified. There are things that need to be denounced, and there are things that need to be reviewed. And there's a basic question here. Should this program be made mandatory? If it was mandatory under this legislation, what would have happened? Quite clearly, Madam Speaker, this $1.36 rate for Quebecers would not have been acceptable and it would not have been implemented. I'm even wondering if applying this rate isn't a deliberate attempt to force Quebecers to say no to this piece of legislation. That's an important thing that we need to ask ourselves. Sometimes the Conservatives come up with bills that seem marvellous, but upon further consideration of the best interests of Quebecers, we realise that there's a discord. And this happens all the time with the Conservatives. They hide behind their smooth talk. They have an image that they project which, in fact, never is in line with reality. And I'd like to remind all members of this House, Quebec members, that even if they're cabinet members, even if they are ministers, never will Quebecers accept the fact that these members are supporting a piece of legislation that will exploit Quebecers. Yes, we agreed with a program for sickness and compassionate care benefits, but not this kind of program. It flies in the face of our principles of justice and fairness, saying to Quebecers, well, we've got a program for sickness and compassionate care, but you're going to have to pay the price for it, and you're going to have to make up the cost for Canadians. So if there isn't an overhaul of this legislation, if it isn't brought into line with reality, well then unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois will have to vote against it. Questions and comments?
Member for Prince George Caribou.
As one from outside Quebec, I wouldn't attempt to explain this to someone in the province of Quebec, but I'll leave that to my colleagues from Quebec, the MPs from Quebec, and also the candidates from Quebec in the next election. Madam Speaker, but I will, Madam Speaker, try to just clarify, lest the members, the people that live outside of Quebec that are watching this debate, lest they be misled by the member from Sherbrooke. In fact, you know, their big point that they're making is this incredibly low price that they have for the benefits that already exist in Quebec, this incredibly low price. I would submit, Madam Speaker, and I say to the member from Sherbrooke, that the only reason that these programs are still operating and operating with a horrendous loss every year, they are grossly underpriced, is because of the massive subsidies that the province has to put in to support them. And that, Madam Speaker, and folks that are watching this, is the reasons that the taxes in Quebec are the highest of any province in Canada. You know what? That member from Sherbrooke says he was an accountant. He says he was an accountant. He must know, surely, Madam Speaker, that you don't get something for nothing. So where the employers and the self-employed may be paying a small premium for the benefits they're getting, the fact is that their property taxes are more. Every other tax in Quebec is almost higher than any other province in Canada. So, lest the people watching are misled, that's the whole point. He's not being clear on that, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, well, I'm an individual that believes everything has its value and you have to pay for what you get. But in this case, it's quite simply not what's happening. If the member were to crisscross Canada and say, well, look, Quebec has voted against this. Well, obviously, with the figures he's shown us, that we're subsidising the rest of Canadians. So now the reason why we have more progressive policies is in Quebec is because we pay for it. And the federal government never takes up the slack for this. Mr. Speaker, we're not here to beg from the federal government. We're here to get our fair share, and we're not going to fund the rest of Canada for programs that we're interested in. In this case, we're not interested in this program, but we're not going to finance all self-employed workers in Canada. So you don't get something for nothing, but we understand the value of sickness benefits and compassionate care benefits. We already pay for our programs, and our program is very comprehensive and meets the needs of Quebecers. And Quebecers are willing to pay for what they get. They're not willing to pay, however, for what they're not going to benefit from. And you'll see what Quebecers care about in the next election. And I always, through you, Madam Speaker, call and invite members to come to Quebec.
Member for Mississauga South.
Madam Speaker, you see what's happening here is that there seems to be a dispute in facts. And when there is a dispute in facts, let's resolve them. Let's get the fact, because the facts will speak for themselves. Madam Speaker, if you took the current for salaried people in Canada and put here's what they pay and here's what they get, and apportion that premium, the $173, to each of the elements of EI, benefits and special benefits, and do the same for Quebec. And you will find out that there's a couple of those benefits, special benefits, that Quebec does not participate in the EI program for because they are already paying for it and provided by the Quebec provincial government. There's the disparity. Now, if you take self-employed persons across Canada and put them in there, you have to build on that model. There already is a differential for good reason. They're paying for it through their provincial taxes. But the numbers and the methodology for the proposed inclusion of Quebec self-employed persons in here does not build on the basic framework of cost of benefits. And that's the problem. It's not subsidizing anything. It's fairness and equity, and the numbers will show it.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Order. The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I'd like to commend the member for Mississauga South on his contribution. This is why we have ideas that are in conflict with each other, because there's such a gap between the assessments made, of course, by the Conservative Party and our party, for example. Of course, they're sure that their path is the right path, and their interpretation is the right interpretation. But we believe that our assessment is the correct assessment, and we were supported in this by the former Chief Actuary for Employment Insurance, and he ensured that the government had the right figures in order to make their assessments, and which enabled them to siphon money from the fund.
Vancouver Kingsway.
To the debate, it strikes me that there's a couple of points that stand out. One is a question of vision. I just heard from the government side what I consider to be a very small, narrow-minded vision of the kind of services that government can provide the citizens of our country. I'm reminded that the government of Quebec has an expansive vision in many areas, and one of them is that they've led the country in providing childcare services at a very affordable rate. And that's something that the Quebec people have decided to pay for, and I think it serves as a model for the rest of us. So I agree that services for Canadians are things that we should pay for and value. In terms of the question before the House, I would like to hear from the member about the vision that he has for EI in terms of these particular benefits before the House. We're talking about giving maternity, paternity, sickness, and compassionate care benefits to self-employed people. And would he not agree that people who are self-employed have children, get sick, and have family members that they have to take care of? And if these aren't the kinds of programs that provide a good vision for our country, similar to the child care policy?
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Madam Speaker, my initial take of this, well, if you speak to Quebecers about their government, their initial reflex is that they think of the government of Quebec as being in Quebec City, and that it is the government that gives them the most local and essential services. Now, when you speak with residents from other provinces of Canada, they think reflexively of the federal government. Now, of course, then they are able to better accept many of the initiatives from the federal government. But in Quebec, we want to do things the way we see fit. We want to do things that meet Quebecers' needs. The other provinces, on the other hand, have this unfortunate tendency of swallowing what the federal government spoons out to them. And we have our particular way of doing things. When Quebecers ask us to do things this particular way, well, then we do them that way. And the money that we're supposed to get in terms of quality federal services, well, we use that money in order to provide quality Quebec services, which are superior at the end of the day. So that's why, Madam Speaker, that's why when we're faced with this kind of legislation, that's why we react this way. Quebecers, of course, are looking for independence. We want to avoid these kind of spats. Quebecers have a completely different vision, and this is a really good example of why Quebec needs to have all powers handed back to it, so that we don't have to have these sterile debates. I'm sure you're tired of them, Madam Speaker, and many members must be completely fed up with this kind of sterile debate. But it's not complicated, Madam Speaker. All we have to do here is to have the government stop doing things the way they are used to doing things, and perhaps things will be easier for everyone. And perhaps Quebecers will move naturally and organically towards their ultimate choice, and that is of independence.
The honourable member is the member from Prince George Caribou rising for a speech? Okay, the honourable, resuming debate, the honourable member for Welland.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure today to rise in this debate. And I think what I heard from my honourable colleague from Sherbrooke, it was a complaint about a system that's broken and hasn't been fixed in a holistic way. The government, this government and the previous one who helped dismantle this system, is now in the process of adding Band-Aid upon Band-Aid upon Band-Aid, instead of looking at the system that indeed started to break in the 1980s in a Conservative government led by Prime Minister Mulroney, continued on by Liberal governments through the 90s when they gutted the system and overcharged us and pocketed the money and squandered $57 billion. And now we're trying, at a moment of crisis, to add a Band-Aid solution to a program that at one time worked for all Canadians across this land, now no longer does. You know, I commend the government on one hand for saying we should extend benefits that a lot of us in this country get when it comes to maternity leave, parental benefits, compassionate care, and sick leave. That's an equality issue the New Democrats and the Labour movement have been calling upon for a long time. Because clearly, sickness knows no place where you work, whether it be self-employed in the home, whether it be in industry, whether it be in the service sector, working for an employer. When you get ill, that illness doesn't knock on your door and say, oh, by the way, are you covered by a sick plan? You just get sick. And your needs are still the same, Madam Speaker. What will happen is the needs to sustain your family, if you're the only one who works and brings home some income, keep the roof over your head, food on the table for your children, or just indeed for yourself. So to actually start to bring more in to the program is a good thing. The problem with this is it simply adds on and says, perhaps some of you would like to look at it and you might like it. So why don't you think about coming in? And Madam Speaker, I'm not so sure that's the appropriate way to do all of these sorts of things when it comes to adding on a new program. I think we need to look at it in a way that says to people, these are great programs for you, and you need to join, and here's the mechanism how you do it. And in fact, it perhaps needs to be the same for self-employed as it is for those of us who came from the work world who work for an employer where you simply pay. Because ultimately, Madam Speaker, unfortunately in life, we will be faced with one or two of the two particular benefits that are indeed available to the self-employed if we pass this bill. One is you'll either get sick or indeed you'll use compassionate care, because one thing, you know, I've heard folks say for a long time, in life there are two things that are absolute, and that is taxes and the end of life. And when we're dealing with the end of life, Madam Speaker, whether it be for a parent, for a loved one, for a member of our family, we indeed will all face that predicament. And to have singled out a certain group not to have the ability, as others do who happen to be employed by someone else, to have that benefit, I think, to be honest, Madam Speaker, from my own personal perspective, I find criminal. But now we're not going to talk about in a holistic way for those benefits, to say to all that you perhaps can come into the program if you so choose. Now, there are some difficulties with the program, of course. As every program, there's always difficulties. I hope the government is listening. When you're sick, the 2-week waiting period, which is, I find is an abomination regardless whether you get laid off or get sick, is really reprehensible when you're sick. You get sick and are unable to work, and the first thing that happens to you, you just lose money. I mean, we ought to be thinking about you're sick, you don't choose to be ill. The ill could be of a catastrophic nature, Madam Speaker. You could end up in the hospital. You know, not something like I caught the cold and laid me up for a couple of weeks, that I actually had perhaps a major infection, and I landed in the hospital and was there for 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 weeks. And yet, the stream of income that's needed to sustain myself through that period of time, of course I have to wait. And I also have to go through the regular process of filing out cards and doing all those good things that the process talks about when you're on sickness. And that is a delaying process. The 2 weeks, Madam Speaker, really amounts to 6 by the time you receive any money. And I think for those who are ill, they need one less thing in their life that's of a nature that actually impedes or indeed perhaps puts them in a more serious way than what they already are. So we need to think about that particular element in the system. You know, as I said earlier about the justice and the equality issue, it really is about that for all of us. Why is it that some workers in this country should be treated in one way and others should be treated absolutely differently? So when we look at the fairness of making sure that people have the ability to get involved in the program, it is far long overdue. You know, as we called for from this side of the House as New Democrats, and as I said earlier about the labor movement, what we've been talking about is a program that works for those of us in the working world, because it is a program meant for us as workers. That's what the program is designed for. Unfortunately, in the last 20 years, the design of the program has been meant for the government to collect money. Mm-hmm. We watched the Liberals do it, and the Conservatives, in their great thought processes, have looked at the Liberal plan, and I hear them from time to time, Madam Speaker, across this House, say, well, you gave us the system and you broke it. Yeah, but yet I have yet to hear them say, well, fix it. Yeah. They continue with a broken system. They know it's a broken system because I've heard them say it in this House. So I know it to be true because I know they wouldn't mislead this House, Madam Speaker. So what do? They don't fix it. That's a crime in itself. You need to fix the system if you know it's broken. Why would you continue with one? But yet they do. So as we look forward, because we know that the rates have been frozen for the next year when it comes to EI, when we look forward to their plan and we look at what they intend to do, they have obviously learned the lessons that the Liberals learned in the 90s, which is we will be able to collect the money in 2011, heading to 2012, to 13, to 14, and forward, where the revenue stream will be far greater than what we intend to pay out, because we're not going to fix the system. We're going to leave 50-odd% who don't get covered by the system out of the system and collect the money, because we saw what the previous government did, and we will be able to take the money and, as my colleague said earlier, transfer it. I would say squander, but indeed they're going to transfer it out to the point where they will use that for other things other than the programs that are meant, And that places this jeopardy on this particular program at this point, Madam Speaker.
Honourable member, he will have 12 and a half minutes when this bill comes back before the House. Comme il est maintenant 1h.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business according to the order indicated in today's order paper.
Private members' business debate at second reading of Bill C-464, an act to amend the Criminal Code, justification for detention and custody, standing in the name of Mr. Andrew.
Mr. Andrews, seconded by Mr. Lee, moves that Bill C-464, an act to amend the Criminal Code, justification for detention and custody, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to this House today and speak to my first ever private member's bill. The proposed amendments will be to the Criminal Code in respect to bail. If enacted, this will amend the Criminal Code to provide the detention of an accused in custody may be justified where it is necessary for the protection of safety of the accused's minor children. The protection and safety of minors remaining in the custody of individuals charged with serious crimes may be considered during bail hearings and proceedings. We need to give the judicial system another tool to do their job. We must make attentive for the necessity to protect minor children while they're in custody of individuals charged with serious offences. A decision to deny bail to the accused may be appropriate for the intended protection of rights and safety of children that are in the custody of the accused. How did I get to this private member's bill, you may ask? Well, being my first year in Ottawa, you get lobbied on many, many different things and many, many causes that come before your attention. And in late March, I received an invitation to attend a special screening of the documentary Dear Zachary for senators and members of Parliament. I was joined by Senator Banks and former member Mr. Bill Casey at that screening. I had an opportunity to meet the producer, Kirk Kenny, for the first time. And listening to the documentary and listening to the personal stories that I had been familiar with had a profound impact on me as an individual. I also met Kate and David Bagby. These are two amazing people who have used their strength and determination to attract the attention of decision makers and have them focus on the need to bring about change to the current bail legislation in Canada. It was shortly after that documentary that I had decided that my first ever private member's bill would try to advance the efforts of bail reform. Now, you need to hear the story of where and how this came about. And most of us in Newfoundland and Labrador, and many across Canada, have heard the terrible story of the tragic deaths of David and Kate's son, Dr. Andrew Bagby, in 2001. Dr. Bagby and his girlfriend, Dr. Shirley Turner of Newfoundland, were in a relationship. They had their troubles. The relationship broke off. Mrs. Turner traveled across the United States back to her home and left David in Pennsylvania. She then drove across the country over 800 miles and killed Dr. Andrew Bagby in a Pennsylvania park. She then went back to her home where she was living on the west coast of the United States. And prior to being charged with the murder, she was advised by her lawyer that to go spend time with her family in Canada. So she went to Canada and ended up in her home province of Newfoundland. She then was charged with the crime of murdering of Andrew. She then faced extradition hearings, and they're going through the process of extradition. She found out that she was pregnant with their child. And throughout the extradition process, she gave birth to this child, and she was granted bail while she was in custody of the child. And during the court proceedings, Dr. Zachary remained in the custody of Dr. Turner, and the grandparents, David and Kate, were granted supervision. This went on for almost 13 months after Zachary was born. Extradition is a very long and extraneous process, and that's another issue for another time. But then, as getting near the end of the extradition process, and it looked like Dr. Turner was going to be extradited back to the United States, on the morning of August 18, 2003, Dr. Turner took her life with the life of her son, Zachary, and walked into the waters of Conception Bay, and both were drowned. It had an impact on many Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. There was a public inquiry called to find out why this would happen to a young child. And in Dr. Peter Markinson conducted a review and the investigation that followed. The report made a number of recommendations for the province's child and child welfare, and the province is working through those recommendations. There was one aspect of this, of the recommendations and of this case, which came to federal law, and that was bail reform. And that's why my motion and my private member bill is dealing with bail reform. And at the end of the conclusion of the investigation, Dr. Markinson had made two key conclusions. Zachary Turner's death was preventable, and Zachary was in his mother's care when he should not have been. That gets me to bail reform and to a conclusion in this case. From this tragic ending, we bring new beginning of bail reform so that no other family will go through this devastation that Kate and David Bagby have gone through. Obviously, when it comes to, I had to come up quickly to speed on private members' business, being my first time in Parliament. So I looked at the options in the amendment of the Criminal Code pertaining to bail. And we had to balance the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedom and the need for how our court system reflect on the requirement to protect the safety of minor children while they're in the custody of their parents. After consulting with David and Kate Bagby, discussing my intention with many colleagues and within the legal community, we came to what we have here today, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Justification for Detention in Custody. In summary, the bill, when enacted, will amend the Criminal Code to provide the detention of accused in custody may be justified where it is necessary for the protection and safety of minor children of the accused. I'm also pleased to have the support of Senator Tommy Banks. He has pledged to be my sponsor in the Senate for this bill, and I thank Senator Banks for that. Bill C-464 is not about me. It's about the protection of children. MPs create private members' bills for two reasons. One, to make a political statement knowing it will not go anywhere. Or two, if you want to make a difference and have success. Bill C-464 is an accomplishment that reflects the strengths and determination of the parents and grandparents of the late Andrew and Zachary. It is in their memory that we move forward with this bill, and we do everything in our power to prevent this from happening to another family. I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the efforts of Kurt Kenny. Kurt is the producer of the documentary Dear Zachary, and I can assure it's near and dear to Kurt's heart that has used his talents to have this story told and to promote legislative reforms. I will be sending copies of the documentary around to all members as we move forward, and it's worth the 93 minutes to take an opportunity to see how this story unfolded. And Kurt, in his documentary, was doing a documentary on Andrew Bagby, on Dr. Bagby, to give to Zachary. And they were telling the story of Andrew as a person and as an individual. And as this was unfolding, so was Zachary's young life. And Zachary's life, as we know, came to a tragic end. And Kurt had told the whole story and the whole documentary. It was recently aired on CBC's W5. And after my announcement of introducing this private members legislation, I had many calls from across Canada supporting this initiative, from BC to St. John's, in that if we can do one thing as legislators to protect the lives of children, then we should do that. And so this tragic accident would never happen again. So I thank honourable members for their support and their encouragement as we move forward. I thank Kate and David for their visionary and for them being strong grandparents. It's been very tough on them, and they came to Newfoundland last week and joined me with many of their friends and family to tell them that we're moving forward. And they have a wide range of emotions they've gone through in the last 5 years. And it's a story that's touched my heart. It touched many Newfoundlanders and Labradorians. And if we can move forward with bail reform and change the bail law, just putting in five simple words to allow our lawmakers the ability to deny bail for the protection of children, would be a great step forward as we move forward. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity here today to bring this forward. I look forward to discussing it with members from all parties, and I hope I can gather the support of this House. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the terrific MP from Avalon for bringing in, having the good sense to bring in this bill. This is a very touching story, one that I remember from the past, and I want to promise personal support for this bill when it comes to a vote. There is some important messages, I think, that we have to take from this, and that is the protection and safety of minors remaining in the custody of individuals charged with serious crimes such as murder be considered during bail hearing proceedings. We also have to get across the message that the judicial decision makers must be attentive for the necessity to protect minors to remain in the custody of individuals charged with serious offenses, as was the case here. And thirdly, a decision to deny bail to an accused may be appropriate, in fact even necessary, for the intended protection of the rights and safety of minors in the custody of the accused. And I want to applaud this member for doing such a terrific job on this bill.
Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, and I certainly appreciate the member's comments. And when you look at this section of the Criminal Code, maybe I'll just read it. Where the detention is necessary for the protection of public safety, including the victim or witnesses of the offense, and as we are going to include our section, or minor children accused, having regard to all these circumstances, including any substantial likelihood that the accused will, if released from custody, commit a criminal offense or interfere with the administration of justice. And in this exact case, she went on to commit a very serious criminal offense by taking the life of this young child. So if we can add this little section into the Criminal Code and give our lawmakers this ability to deny bail for the protection of minor children, and there's a whole host of other issues that dealt with in the inquiry relating to child welfare. That's a provincial matter, and I'm sure the province is working through that, the Turner Investigation Review report, which was 2 huge volumes, and a lot of things slipped through the cracks on this one. But this is one aspect where we can stand tall in the federal parliament and correct this. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your indulgence. Madam Speaker, I very much support this bill. It has a story behind it which demonstrates the need for this consideration. And my understanding is that this amendment to the Criminal Code will bring one other factor to play in the assessment of whether or not bail should be granted. And I would ask the member whether or not in his research he was able to determine or get some background information that would indicate that this is not an isolated incident that occurred, but rather something that comes up frequently enough that would warrant a proposed amendment to the Criminal Code.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member for his question. And it's funny because we did have another case in Newfoundland where an individual was murdered from her boyfriend, and they had a child, Chrissy Pridham Newman. And through Zachary's death and the inquiry that transformed in child welfare, the child was taken away from that particular parent in that case, which was a good thing. And we're lucky we had the child welfare side of things. But with this bill, we can also add another level to it by removing the ability to have someone out on bail who would have custody of that child. So, and I know there's a few other cases I can't come to the top of my mind right now. There's a group in Vancouver as well that have been advocating for this.
Brief question, the Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
I just want to commend my colleague from across the House on his work on this file, and it is indeed a very compelling file. Could the member please just give us some information? What took 13 months to get her extradited? Like, you know, really, she should have been where she should have been when she was pregnant, not after the baby was born. So perhaps that's something else that you could work on.
Member for Avalon has 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, and thank you so much. And this is another issue that Kate and David have been very adamant on, is that the extradition process took very, very long. It's a very, very complicated process to go through, and we need to look at that as well. And it's something that I will be speaking with the Bagbies on, because they have learned that file inside and out. They sat through the extradition hearings, and their hearts went out to get this changed as well, and that's something we'll look at in the future. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak to Bill C-464, introduced by the member from Avalon. This bill raises the important issue of the safety and protection of children from dangerous accused who are awaiting trial. More specifically, Bill C-464 proposes to amend paragraph 515(10)(b) of the Criminal Code to remind courts to consider the safety and protection of minor children of the accused when determining whether pretrial detention is necessary. As you know, after an offense is committed, the burden usually falls on the prosecutor to establish certain grounds for the judge or the justice to order the detention of the accused prior to trial. Under the primary ground for detention, bail can be denied to ensure the accused doesn't flee the jurisdiction. Under the secondary ground, bail can be denied when it is necessary for the protection or safety of the public. Lastly, bail can be denied under the tertiary ground when considered necessary to maintain confidence in the administration of justice. Bill C-464 proposes to amend the secondary ground. I would like to indicate the government's support for this bill's laudable goal of protecting children from dangerous accused during the bail process. The purpose of this bill is consistent with this government's commitment to ensuring that the justice system operates in an effective manner to protect children, victims, witnesses, and all Canadians. As you know, in the last session of Parliament, Bill C-2, the Tackling Violent Crime Act, received royal assent. That legislation includes a number of criminal code amendments aimed at making Canadian communities safer. Among other things, it tackles serious gun crime by imposing higher minimum sentences of imprisonment. It places stricter conditions on dangerous and high-risk offenders. And it creates a more effective sentencing regime. That same bill protects children from sexual predators by increasing the age of consent for sexual activity. In the area of bail reform, Bill C-2 strengthens the bail regime by better protecting the public from offenders accused of committing serious firearm offenses. Now, there is an onus on those who allegedly commit such offenses to demonstrate to the courts why they should be granted bail while awaiting their trial. Bail reform is an ongoing priority for our government. Currently, we are working together with the provinces and territories to develop comprehensive reforms to the bail regime at both the legislative and operational levels. The government is committed to finding ways to prevent the tragic loss of young, innocent lives, such as that of Zachary Turner, and ensuring that the bail regime adequately protects public safety. If this bill is referred to committee, members will have a very important role to play in examining whether Bill C-464 is effective in ensuring the protection of children from accused persons and whether the bill can be improved. Among other things, committee members may want to examine the fact that the proposed amendment is specifically limited to children of the accused and whether the bill could be strengthened by removing this restriction. This would serve to remind courts to consider the safety and protection of all children and not just the children of the accused. I look forward to hearing the committee's views on this and other issues involved in strengthening the protection of children at the bail stage. It should be noted that Bill C-464 would build on the current bail regime, which already affords protection to children. Under paragraph 515(10)(b), the court considers, quote, the protection or safety of the public, including any victim of or witness to the offense, having regard to all the circumstances, end of quote, and is bound to consider the likelihood of the accused committing any offense pending trial. In addition, other sections of the Criminal Code outline specific orders that a judge or justice must consider before releasing an accused charged with an offense involving violence against a person. Thus, the proposed bill does not substantially change the grounds for detention. It does, however, expressly remind the courts to consider the safety of children when considering if an accused should be detained prior to trial. The court's task of accurately assessing the dangerousness or flight risk of an accused and ensuring public confidence in the administration of justice is not without challenges. The presumption of innocence and the right to not be denied bail without just cause are rights enshrined in our Constitution. Clearly, the courts must balance these rights, but must also be vigilant in their assessment of the risks associated with the release of accused persons. This bill appropriately signals the need for courts to assess the safety of children affected by the release of an accused prior to his or her trial. The protection of children, be it from a dangerous accused or an abusive parent, requires all levels of government to work together. Madam Speaker, this government is committed to ensuring that appropriate consideration is given to the safety and protection of children during the bail process. More generally, we will continue to work with our provincial and territorial counterparts to improve the operation of the criminal justice system. This bill complements other government initiatives which strive towards preventing harm by accused persons who threaten the safety of Canadian citizens. The government supports the purpose of this bill and suggests that it be referred to committee to allow for its full consideration, as well as for potential amendments to make it even better. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Pierre-Boucher. Madam Speaker, thank you. I'm very pleased to speak to Bill C-464 today, an act to amend the Criminal Code, justification for detention in custody. This is a bill that has been moved by the Honourable Member for Avalon. I would indicate that I will be voting in favour of the principle of the bill, which amends the bill so that the detention of someone who is accused in custody will be necessary to protect the safety of a minor. As I have explained, this bill is related to the Bagley-Turner affair, a very, very sad story. The woman was charged with the murder of her husband. She was free on bail in Canada when she killed her child and herself because she realized that she would be extradited. That could have been avoided. Zachary Turner could have been saved. Consequently, This indicates that there are some lacunae in the legislation that must be fixed. Between the time when a suspect is charged, and the moment where he is going to trial, it is Section 525, which would govern whether or not he would be released on bail, but there are certain conditions that have to be respected. In certain cases, when there is a charge of murder, the person is normally kept in custody until the trial and sentencing, if that is the case. We don't really know why Dr. Turner was released so easily, and this is a very troubling statement. We believe, Madam Speaker, that someone who is charged with murder should not be released if that person constitutes a threat to the safety of her community, his or her community, or to his or her child. This is why Bill C-464 proposes a change to the criminal code, which would be very useful to judges and to attorneys with respect to protecting children. This can also happen in the area of domestic violence. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would reiterate that the Bloc Québécois is very sensitive to the lot of children who, in fact, are the most vulnerable in our society. It is our duty to defend them. I would say at first blush, that with this bill, the member for Avalon is allowing us to provide better safety for children, and this is why we support the principle of the bill. We hope that it will pass at second reading. When it gets to committee, we will study it very closely to ensure that the proposed legislation is fair-handed and it will be inserted in the proper place in the criminal code, and that it will be effective. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased today to have an opportunity to speak on Bill C-464, and standing in the name of the member for Avalon, and I want to thank the member for his work on this legislation and bringing it before the House. I'm here to speak in support of this bill, and we support the changes to the criminal code provisions on what's known as judicial interim release or bail, which are found at Section 515 of the Criminal Code of Canada. This bill will ensure that in considering the conditions around which the code provision reads as follows, and around which decisions are made, it says the detention of an accused in custody is justified only on one or more of the following grounds, and the ground that we're dealing with here is set out in the bill where the detention is necessary for the protection or safety of the public, including any victim of or witness to the offence, and the additional words are added as follows, or minor children of the accused, having regard to all the circumstances, etc. Now, Madam Speaker, as the Speaker from the Conservative Party has pointed out, the provision for bail is a charter protection that someone charged with an offence has the right not to be denied bail without just cause, and these are the provisions that set out what the just causes are. The protection of the public, of course, is one of those. As the member for Avalon has pointed out, this bill came about as a result of the efforts of Kate and David Bagby, the grandparents of a young child, Zachary Turner, who was killed by the child's mother, whose name was Dr. Shirley Turner, who, in killing herself, also took the young child, infant child, into the waters of Conception Bay, drowning both of them. Now, this case was the most heart-wrenching case that I have heard of in terms of a young child. The circumstances were such that the only son of Kate and David Bagby was a medical student at Memorial University in St. John's, along with Dr. Shirley Turner. They both graduated. They had a relationship. Zachary Turner was a child of that relationship, born after Dr. Andrew Turner was shot and killed in a park in Pennsylvania. Shirley Turner was then charged with an offense, and the United States government was seeking extradition. While that was ongoing, Dr. Turner applied for and received bail from the Newfoundland Supreme Court. It was during this bail proceedings, or while she was released from bail, that she in fact killed herself, drowned herself, and the young child, Zachary Turner. The case, of course, was most heart-wrenching, and one could only admire and respect, and it's almost difficult to explain in words the feelings that anyone watching this case would experience. But Mr. and Mrs. Bagby came to Newfoundland numerous times throughout these proceedings to try to build, even after their son had been murdered, to build a relationship with this baby infant Zachary, for whom they spent all of their time and energy coming to try to save and nurture and develop a relationship, even knowing that the person, or knowing in their mind that the person who they were dealing with was in fact murdered their son. Now, this was never proven in court, but the extradition proceedings were ongoing. David Bagby wrote a book about the experience and about all of the efforts that they had made to seek changes to the bail law. And in fact, I think, as the member for Avalon knows, what they would like to see is that anyone charged with murder, first-degree murder, not be given bail at all. Well, that's not what this bill says, but what this bill does say, and I think it's important that this bill be passed, and we will be supporting it. What the bill does say, that in considering whether someone should be released on bail, that the protection and safety of the minor children of an accused ought to be taken into account. This case here was perhaps a failing not only of the judicial interim release provisions, but maybe also the child welfare authorities, who I think were criticized in the report that was done a couple of years later. But the passion and concern and devotion and commitment of Kate and David Bagby, I think, was astounding and memorable. I had several conversations with both this couple in my capacity as a member of the House of Assembly of Newfoundland and Labrador, and assisted in advocating for some of the reports that were done. So the change here would require justice to take into consideration in looking at the bail provisions, the necessity for detention in relation to the protection of the public, protection or safety of the public, including the minor children of the accused. So where there are minor children involved in a situation, the situation of those minor children, the safety of those minor children, the possibility that some harm might come to them has to be taken and can be taken into consideration by a court in denying bail. If this change can serve to save the life of a minor child in the future, this would be a very positive step. And so we support this legislation and seek to have it brought to committee, and I have no doubt that the committee will be likely to hear from Kate and David Bagby, who have devoted a lot of their efforts and time in a most painful process but one that they feel very strongly about in terms of trying to bring about changes to the bail laws in Canada. They are American citizens, but they have seen this as a cause that they have taken on, and I am pleased that the member for Avalon has brought this bill forward. We will be supporting it at second reading, and we hope that the committee will consider it favourably when it's sent there. Madam Speaker, those are all my remarks on Bill C-464, and I want to again thank the member for Avalon for bringing the bill forward.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Madam Speaker, it is a privilege that I rise today to speak in favour of this bill, Zachary's bill. I want to focus on some circumstances around the case that has brought the issue of detention in custody to the forefront. It is a case which has shocked and shaken the confidence many people have in the Child Protective Services and the justice system. In particular, I want to look at some of the findings of the Turner Child Death Review conducted by Dr. Peter Markstein for the Child, Youth and Advocates Office in Newfoundland and Labrador. In doing this, I intend to provide members of this House with some additional background information about this case and emphasize the need to make the changes such as those being proposed here today. Andrew Bagby was studying at Memorial University when he met Shirley Turner, a fellow medical student, 12 years his senior. They dated for about a year before leaving Canada to practice in the United States, she in Iowa and he in Pennsylvania. According to reports, in the week before Andrew Bagby was killed, he told Turner that their relationship was over. On the day before Andrew Bagby's murder, Turner drove the 950 miles to confront him. They agreed to meet in a park after his hospital shift. The next day, a park visitor found Andrew Bagby's body in the parking lot. He was shot 5 times. Zachary Turner was born after his father's death as his mother fought extradition to the United States, where authorities wanted to try her for the murder of the child's father, Dr. Andrew Bagby. Shirley Turner was let out on bail. A judge determined that Turner had presented no indications of a psychological disorder that would give concern about harm to the public. This was done despite no psychiatric evaluation being ordered by the court, and the Crown did not present any evidence collected by the U.S. authorities on what they described as Turner's emotional instability. While out on bail fighting extradition, Shirley Turner walked into the icy waters of Conception Bay while holding Zachary Turner. Both drowned. The Child Advocates Office in Newfoundland and Labrador appointed Dr. Peter Markstein to conduct the child death review into the case in 2005. Dr. Markstein is a very qualified and has extensive experience in conducting child and adult death reviews. He had worked as a consultant to the Federal Department of Justice on several cases, and he taught at the Faculty of Medicine at several Canadian universities. Dr. Markstein conducted interviews and read various documents about Turner and found many cases indicating that she had personality and emotional problems before committing the murder of her son. The findings of the report, which was released on October of 2006, are shocking. In reference to Zachary and Turner's daughter from another relationship, the head of the review noted, and I quote, "Nowhere did I find any ongoing assessment of the safety needs of the children." The child advocate for the province of Newfoundland and Labrador at the time of the release of the report summed it up by saying Zachary Turner's death was preventable, and Zachary was in his mother's care when he should not have been. While the terms of reference under which the review was conducted did not examine how Turner was able to obtain bail from the Newfoundland Supreme Court, Dr. Markstein did raise questions about how bail was granted and recommended that a separate review of the justice system's handling of the case be conducted. Madam Speaker, I want to pay respect to Zachary's grandparents, Kate and David Bagby, who have been passionate, very passionate spokespeople for the change in the bail process and have traveled to Canada several times from their home in the United States to help keep this issue before the public. They demonstrate their love for their grandchild through the whole process. The couple traveled to Newfoundland and Labrador to be with baby Zachary, while his mother was accused of murdering their son. They looked after the child for a period and had to share custody with the mother, who eventually murdered their grandchild. And through all this, they continue to show their love for their grandchild and their son, for fighting for changes to this legislation. I also want to commend the member for Avalon, who has brought this issue forward to the House of Commons. This case forces us to re-examine aspects of our justice system and ask how they can be improved, especially issues around detention and custody and the provision of bail for people who are charged with serious crimes. Another issue which arose in the aftermath of this case were provisions to ensure that people who are posting security for those on bail understand the process, the implications, and that they are able to meet the obligations. In Canada, there are 3 grounds for detaining an accused prior to sentence. Primary grounds involve detention to ensure the accused attendance in court. Secondary grounds involve detention for the protection or safety of the public. A third involved the seriousness of the offense and the apparent strength of the prosecution's case, the circumstances surrounding the offense, such as if a firearm was used. Now, in retrospect, either of these grounds could have been applied to this case to keep Dr. Shirley Turner in custody. Madam Speaker, as others have said on this bill Zachary's bill is really about the protection and safety of a minor, remaining in the custody of individuals charged with serious crimes, that they be considered during bail hearing proceedings. It's about judicial decision makers who must be attentive to the necessity to protect minors that remain in the custody of individuals charged with serious offenses. It's about a decision to deny bail to an accused may be appropriate for the intended protection of the rights and safety of minors in the custody of the accused. Madam Speaker, the case of Zachary Turner is by any account a tragedy almost beyond imagination. It is a case that shocks us and saddens us. It is a case that shakes our belief about human nature. If anything good can come from such a situation, it may be that we as a society can learn. We can learn from the way we failed Zachary. We can commit ourselves to making changes that will hopefully prevent such tragedies from happening again. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I ask all members to support this amendment to the Criminal Code, which will provide for justification for detention in custody in cases similar to the one I have just described. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak to this bill today. And I must admit that this is a very touching story. Once again, one that I remember from the past, and that when I heard that it was coming up and read the background on it, I was certainly wanting to be here today and wanting to support the member for Avalon in his efforts. All too many times we have extremely good causes in this House, and we get bogged down in parts of an issue that don't allow us to get results. And so I'm very hopeful that all of the members in this House will support this bill. I understand the Bloc are in support. Certainly the NDP caucus are in support. I'm not 100% sure about the government side, the Conservatives, but certainly the member for Kildonan St. Paul, I note that she asked a question at the beginning, and I think that she's a very good supporter of initiatives such as this. So I think to the member for Avalon, he may be on the verge of getting unanimous support in the House, but I don't want to prejudge it. But it certainly would be a good development if that were to happen.
Now, Madam Speaker, in terms of a background to the bill is a result of, as I'd indicated, the MP for Avalon taking the initiative here in cooperation with Senator Tommy Banks, because he will need a senator to sponsor the bill in the Senate, and the determined efforts of the Bagbys, Kate and David, in their assistance. In 2001, Dr. Andrew Bagby was murdered in a Pennsylvania park. At that time, the police in the United States questioned Dr. Shirley Turner of St. John's, Newfoundland, about the murder. And soon afterward, Dr. Turner returned to Newfoundland and made known her pregnancy with the child of the late Dr. Bagby, and court proceedings followed, and Dr. Turner fought to stay in Canada, and Zachary was born, and grandparents Kate and David actually moved to Newfoundland, and I think that is about the time there was a lot of national coverage beginning on this story. Moved to Newfoundland to file for custody. During the court proceedings, Dr. Turner was granted bail, and Zachary remained in her custody, and with the grandparents being given supervised visitations. On August the 18th, 2003, Dr. Turner took her own life and the life of baby Zachary. While on bail, Dr. Turner jumped into the Atlantic Ocean at Conception Bay South, Newfoundland, with Zachary, and both died. Since that time, Kate and David Bagby have been presenting their story and seeking reform of bail legislation. In addition, their friend and the filmmaker has prepared a documentary, Dear Zachary, a letter to his son about his father that has played throughout Canada and across national media. And I think the sponsor of the bill has indicated that he will be releasing copies of that film. The MP from Avalon has pledged his support to the Bagbys and committed to bring about legislative reform within the criminal code that will hopefully strengthen the bail requirements to achieve a common goal, so that no one has to witness and live through the devastation of losing loved ones through circumstances that are later determined as preventable. And that is, in fact, what this case was all about. In fact, we deal with Dr. Peter Markestein, who actually is a friend of mine, and known him for years, and he conducted a review in 2006. Dr. Markestein conducted a review and investigation of the circumstances surrounding the death of Zachary in 2003, and Dr. Markestein made two key conclusions. Number one, that Zachary Turner's death was preventable, and that Zachary was in his mother's care when he should not have been. So this is a very important piece of information to lead us to make a determination that in certainly cases like this, that the child should not be in the care of the individual. And also, my colleague from Newfoundland pointed out that Child and Family Services may or may not have had some sort of a role, should have played some sort of a role in this situation. In 2001, Madam Speaker, a 2001 criminal case unfolded in Newfoundland and Labrador. Turner Bagby, and provided sound rationalization for Bill C-464. Now, in addition to that, there are some other points that should be mentioned here, that the decision to deny bail to an accused may be appropriate for the intended protection of the rights and safety of minors in the custody of the accused. And we can split hairs here and get into all sorts of arguments about whether or not each case, will be obviously judged on its own merits, but I can see arguments being made about, well, my case is different than that case, and I should have I should have custody when I'm accused of a murder. In addition, judicial decision makers must be attentive for the necessity of protecting minors that remain in the custody of individuals charged with serious offenses. And here was a case where the charge was murder. And I can't think of a more serious charge and serious circumstance where action should have been taken. In many, it's very easy for us to hindsight is always perfect for us to be able to look back on a situation and say, well, if we have done this or we had done that, then the result that happened would not have happened. But unfortunately, it's very difficult for this to occur. So at a certain point, you have to simply draw a line and say that you have to make a decision and you have to follow it. In addition, the protection and safety of minors remaining in the custody of individuals charged with serious crimes has to be considered during the bail hearing procedures. Madam Speaker, the proposed amendments to the criminal code include the enactment amends the criminal code to provide that the detention of the accused in custody may be justified where it is necessary for the protection or the safety of the accused minor children. And I'm not certain at the end of the day whether that should be the end of it, or whether or not it should include more than just the accused children, because in fact there may be other people that may be at risk in this situation. So that certainly is part of it. And I know that Kate and David Bagby, while they're supportive of the members' bill, initially, as my colleague, the member for St. John's, pointed out, initially they did want more restrictive bail measures, but at the end of the day, they're happy with what we see in this bill. So presumably, when we get to committee, we will be, we will hear from them, and we will get a better airing of where we are. Madam Speaker, I understand my time might be getting short. I'm not sure how short. 25 seconds from the Speaker. Well, that is, as my conservative friend said, that's getting getting short, and I know he is right, because yesterday he had an unlimited speech, which began to sound like an unlimited speech, but at the end of the day, he knew when to cut it short, and I think my time is nigh. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avalon to close the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Apologize. Is the honourable? Okay. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's a pleasure to close debate on this. And I'd like to thank all those who have spoken here today, from the government, from the Bloc, from the NDP. Thank you for your comments, and I'm really looking forward to us moving this into committee so we can talk about it, so David and Kate can come and present their case and their story to the committee. And I'd like to thank them for their work that they have done on this particular piece of legislation in making us as legislators move forward with a cause and an issue that is of concern to them. And it makes you feel a little bit better when you go home at night that you can make a small impact when you get up in the morning and come to this place at times. So I want to thank all members for their comments here today and supporting this bill. And I really look forward to getting it to committee and getting it to the next stage. So once again, thank you, Madam Speaker, for supporting Zachary's bill, and David and Kate and Kirk Kenny for their producing of the documentary, which was so moving. Once again, thank you very much.
Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is as follows. Mr. Andrews, seconded by Mr. Lee, move that Bill C-464, an act to amend the Criminal Code justification for detention and custody be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Carried unanimously.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Comme il est
It being 2:25, the House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
It's OTIS.